Franklin County Board of County Commissioners are now in session for this Tuesday, August 24th regular meeting. This morning as we stand for prayer, Commissioner Ward, will you lead us in prayer today?
Lord, we come to you this morning to facilitate county business. We hope and pray that you help us proceed with making the right decisions. We also pray for the people in the room today. They risk their lives every day out there protecting the public. We pray for their safety every day as well. We pray for a lot of people in our community, Lord, that have been sick and affected by COVID-19. We pray for their families and them to get better. And thank you for everything you do. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, up first this morning by way of business is payment of county bills. We're going to have two separate motions. We're going to ratify what we did last week to pay the bills that were due, and we have a new bill list for this week.
I'll make a motion to the first.
Okay, to ratify last week's
Yes.
payments.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Parrish. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 4-0, Jess. Okay. Now to the current bills that we're paying today.
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lockley to approve,
Second.
second by two. Seeing that we have a motion in 2 seconds, all in favor? Aye. All
Aye.
opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, sir. Up next is public comments.
Yes, sir. You have one public comment you have in front of you, Mr. Steve Kirschenbaum.
Yes, sir.
Steve, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Okay, I'm unmuted.
You're unmuted, Steve. We can hear you loud and clear. State your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes to address the Board of County Commissioners, sir. Good morning.
All right, Steve Kirschenbaum, St. George Island. Just want to let this commission know, as far as this, you got to spend money to make money. If we want our airport to be the #2 employer in this county, and we put out a RFP for a 4-year degree, an active pilot's license, 100 miles, within 100 miles to be hired, and $30,000 a year, you're going to get another Puckett. You're going to get a part-time airport manager. If we want to create jobs and we want to make that airport go somewhere, we need somebody who could run that airport. They don't have to be an active pilot's license. In fact, one thing for yourself, good friend of mine was Deputy VP of Engineering for Grumman Aerospace. He was in charge of 8,000 engineers, the F-14 Tomcat, the E-2 Hawkeye, all the Grumman Navy aircraft. I asked him an airplane question one day, and he says, I don't know the first thing about airplanes. He goes, I know how to deliver multi-billion contracts on time and under budget, and I know how to motivate people. So these things should be a suggestion in hiring, but if we don't get somebody with those requirements and they're a good enough person, we should hire them. And $30,000, you're not going to get a full-time airport employee. And to spend the extra $30,000 or $40,000 a year to get the right person to do the right thing for that airport, I think is important. Also, there's a grant for vegetation removal and drainage on for today, I hope. But it doesn't have to be one or the other. The most important thing on the table at that airport is Mother Nature is encroaching on that airport, making it dangerous and destroying capital improvements. We need to address both on this grant. However it can happen, it needs to address ASAP, also in lieu of the master plan about to be adopted. If that vegetation removal is not done, the runway will be adopted as utility, not other than utility. And as evidenced by this grant by the DOT, they are willing to do things on runway 1836 because they're approving the clearing for it. And I won't discuss the EOC, but guys, try to make this vegetation removal happen and don't go for an airport employee 100 miles from the airport. That'd be absolutely ridiculous. We need somebody from the county, and there's a lot of people in the county with those qualifications. And Also, one important thing too, Ricky, I'd like to extend my condolences to you and your family, and I wish I was there to show up yesterday. I was out of town. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah.
No more, correct, Mr.
No.
Brown?
No more, sir, that's it.
But we can call for public comments now in the room, correct?
Well,
Or
the
no?
way, the way it's written,
Okay.
it's you fill
Just
it out,
making
whether or
sure.
not they're in the room or online, sir.
I'm here, but I'm not here, sir.
I
So just bear
understand.
with me.
I understand.
All right, so up next is Ms. Michelle Maxwell, Clerk of Courts. Does she have a report for today?
Ms. Maxwell is at a conference today,
Mhm.
and she's wanted me to let you guys know that she has no report. But her and I did have a discussion about something that's coming up shortly that, I
Okay.
want to make sure.
All right, so next would be Sheriff A.J. Smith.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hope everybody's doing well. I just have a short video and a really short slideshow to talk about one of the things that I think is going to be before you, the raises for the employees at the sheriff's office and for all the employees for the county. But this pertains to the folks that work at the sheriff's office. So if you'll entertain me on that. But first, I do want to let you know and ask you to keep this deputy in your thought and prayers. We had one that was admitted to the hospital early this morning with COVID. He was taken by ambulance to Panama City. Does appear to be doing better, but it's the first one we've had hospitalized out of all the folks that have been, that to my knowledge, that have been sick at the sheriff's office. So just keep that family in your prayers. Okay, Deborah, if you want to run the video. Don't you love technology?
Mhm.
There are some issues in the back, Sheriff.
Officer down! I got an officer down. 10-1, 10-1, 6-3 in Bell. Officer down.
The sheriff has recruited and hired top-tier talent while leading the veteran employees to new levels.
We have a lot of people coming into the county now, more than we've had in the past 20 years. We need more law enforcement because we have less desirable people coming at times.
The work that we do on a daily basis, we are nowhere near in the pay range as the surrounding counties and facilities. Corrections is an unseen profession, so is law enforcement that no one sees. If we had a pay raise, I believe we could get more staff on board.
Increased skill levels, increased requirements, and increased professionalism should be coordinated with increased pay. In order to recruit and/or maintain a qualified workforce, there must be an accompanying qualified wage.
The men and women of the Franklin County Sheriff's Office are working hard for the citizens of Franklin County. Just in the past 30 days, they've answered 2,399 calls for service. We operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we're only a phone call away.
Okay, Deborah, if you want to show the first slide. And the video, just, I wanted staff and some of the folks in the community to talk about, our job. And I know y'all are very familiar with our job. This is just a reminder. I'm probably not giving you any new information, but I did want you to hear from them And this is, and I know that Evergreen has done a really great job working with the county to put together a pay plan and even steps in the pay plan, which I think was a really great plan. But this is just some data we've collected that shows the surrounding counties, and one of the things, like I talked about before, is we're losing people to the city of Apalachicola, to the city of Carabel. Their starting salary is quite a bit higher. As you can see, some areas around Wakulla County, 37.5, Gulf County, they're going to be starting at 41,000. And then dispatchers, that's another thing. Our dispatchers are a lot lower. And I know I've talked to Aaron about bringing them up to a level that's competitive with our surrounding counties as well. And I think a lot of people see what the deputies are doing. You see them, you pass them on the road. You don't see the folks in the jail unless you have a loved one or friend in jail. And you don't know what the dispatchers do unless you're, calling there. But those ladies and the one guy have worked really, really hard, and they take a lot of calls, and a lot of times they take a lot of abuse. They get people calling in that are just really sometimes off the chain, and they do a really great job. So I want to make sure that we get their salary up to a level that's competitive with our surrounding counties, because we have lost dispatchers to other counties as well. So that's just kind of a snapshot right there of some of the folks around us, what they're doing. And if y'all have had a time to take a look at that. And I know you've seen the Evergreen, and I think Wakulla used Evergreen to do their salary comparison, and you see that they're going to be, their salary is going to be up as well. So, and you can see 32,000 is what we're starting at, and then dispatchers are at 26. So, and we start, whether they're a deputy, a corrections deputy or a road deputy, we're starting them at the same salary, because their jobs are just, both of them are just as important. They have to be certified. They have to go through remedial training every year and advanced training. So, I mean, all those jobs are just, each one's just as important. Deborah, go to the next slide. Hello. Thank you. Just some of the work we do. We've been talking about, as long as I've been in office, rehabilitation, incarceration. I know we still have a drug problem here in Franklin County, as we do across the nation. It's nothing that is just specialized to our county. Everybody's dealing with it. You see Wakulla County, Gulf County, all the same thing. But we're doing things that we haven't done before by offering people rehabilitation. We have a person on staff that if somebody wants to get rehab, finding them a bed, even if they're not charged with a crime, we have rehab in the jail as well. And it takes staffing to do that, and it takes qualified people. And so, again, one of the reasons that we think it's time to bring those salaries up to par with some of the other agencies around. Next slide, please. We've been through a lot of disasters, as y'all well know. Again, I'm not telling anything you don't know, but it's just like this last storm. Men and women of the sheriff's office were out there in the storm, before the storm, after the storm, just like we have through all the disasters we've had. And we've had more than our share of disasters, I know, just since I've been sheriff, and since some of y'all have been commissioners. It seems unreal. And we are doing extra, they're doing extra things. Those deputies were out there during this storm just like they were during Michael and the other ones, chainsaws in their trucks, cutting trees, serving the people in every way we knew possible, and being out there in the midst of this thing. So next slide, please. We're also doing a lot of things in the community that we're not asking for money from, but staff takes advantage of. They do the job, they're doing the work, but we're just connecting with the community in every way we can, in a lot of different ways. And I think that's one of the things law enforcement needs to be doing, so that they are seen as a positive person in the community. We have a lot of bad stuff being said about law enforcement nowadays, defund the police and stuff like this, but the men and women of the sheriff's office continue to work hard, and they haven't been affected by it, because I think we do have a really close relationship with our community. Next slide, please. Again, just some more of the things that these men and women of the sheriff's office have to do. And we hear a lot about PTSD, post-traumatic stress syndrome. I haven't had the first person in the agency say, you know what, I just can't do this anymore. They go to these horrific crashes. They go to these things that make people have nightmares, when they go home at night, and they deal with it every single day. And the level of professionalism that these men and women are working at is extremely high. And I know I am not the easiest person to work for because I require a lot. If you don't believe me, ask these two guys right here. Because day and night they're getting calls from me because people are calling me about services they want, things they need. So we are providing a very high level of service, very high level of professionalism. And I hope that y'all have seen that, and I hope you've experienced it, and I hope that you're proud of it. Because I'm proud of the work that these men and women are doing, and again, I can't say enough about them, about what they're doing, and how important it is to compensate them, fairly. Deborah, is that the last slide? Okay, we have one. I think that's the last one. Training. We have done thousands of hours of training. Actually, we're kind of short-staffed now, and we've cut back on some of it because they were like, man, we're trying to do our job and we're trying to train. But to be a professional agency in the 21st century, you have to continue to train. You can't stop. And we have to continue to improve. And when I'm asking them to improve and to continue to do better, then again, they have to be compensated for that. So the training is just unheard of, some of the stuff we do. I mean, from CPR to leadership. It goes on and on. Is that the last slide, Deborah? Okay. This is just some of our stats. This is the last slide. 7% decrease in crime this year, 68% increase in calls for service, almost 10,000 hours of training. Incarceration rate has increased. Y'all know about that. We've talked about what's going on at the jail. But just shows the work that these men and women are putting in, and it's really, really amazing what they do and how much they put in. And most of them do it because they care about their community and they care about what's going on in Franklin County. I think we're fortunate that we have that. We don't have people that are like, oh my gosh, it's 5 o'clock, it's time for me to go home. If they got to stay out, if they got to go around, some of them have come in to help because people have been out with COVID, or we've been short-staffed, and they don't complain, they come in. So I can't say enough about what these folks are doing, and a lot of things are based on our population, but it's really not a true picture in Franklin County because we have thousands of tourists that come through. We got a 12,000 population that everything's based on, but we got thousands of tourists come in that we got to provide the same level of service for them that we are for the people that live here. And I think that's something that, I kind of forget sometimes, and you may as well, but we still have to provide that service for those folks. So I just hope that you'll take this into consideration as you make your decision about these increases for the sheriff's office. I think it's certainly due, and I appreciate it. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to entertain them.
Anyone have any questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, I just would like to say I agree with you. I totally agree with you.
Thank
This
you.
is one of my biggest campaign promises. I didn't make promises, but one of the biggest things I would have liked to see done in my 4-year term that I was
Right.
elected to. And, your guys and ladies and gentlemen work very hard, from dispatch to jail to the ladies in the front office, and I think everybody is very deserving. And thank you guys for everything that y'all do to keep the community safe. I really appreciate it, and stay safe out there.
All right, thank you.
I want to second that.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on just a second, Commissioner Burke. Go ahead, sir.
I want to second that because with law enforcement, they salary shouldn't be what the other people get. Y'all should be higher.
Agreed.
You got, just like you said, you got to go to school and you got to keep up your training. And you're supposed to be getting paid for it because you're high risk and it's dangerous out there. Sometimes, not all the time, but it's, and you're serving the people.
Yep.
And you're supposed to get paid.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Bolt.
Hey, good morning. I have said since I came into office that the sheriff and the sheriff's department brings what I call peace of mind. And not only is it for the constituents that we have here in Franklin County, but certainly all of the thousands of visitors who make their trip here to Franklin County. And just having a quality of peace of mind and support for folks here in this area. And I advocate as much as possible to get these salaries up here, because this is a group of, it's focused all the time in front of the public from a safety standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would like to say, I know it's kind of premature, and I do echo the sentiments of my fellow board members. One of the things that's, I think the board's going to have to address when we adopt this pay plan for everybody in the county is also going to be the fact of whatever we pass in this pay plan, we want to make sure these employees are getting. So I don't know how that's going to work out. I mean, that's a discussion I've had with county staff to make sure. I don't know if we'll talk about doing an audit a year later or what we're talking about doing. But, you know, if we address giving this pay increase, not just to the Sheriff's Department, that does definitely deserve it, and other constitutionals as well, and put it in their budget or keep it on our side, however we do it. We want to make sure these employees are getting these funds. That's the whole purpose for what we're doing. And I'm not saying you don't, Sheriff. I'm just addressing the whole thing out there.
Oh, yeah, no.
You know what I mean?
Totally agree.
Yeah, so.
And Mr. Tillman, with that being said, fair across the board.
Yeah.
You know, they all deserve equal amount and, you know, equal amounts across the board and be fair.
Yeah, but what I was saying was, it's I'm advocating for everybody, but I personally think the Sheriff Department should get more than what a regular worker gets. And I'm gonna fight for that.
Thank you.
I got one vote, but it'll be for that.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
Well, the best thing I can say is, and a lot of times people don't understand this, even if this board votes 3-2, when it makes a decision, the board has made a decision, and I'm thankful for all the commissioners that are on this board. And I know we don't always have a 5-0 vote, but when the board makes a decision, that's what's made, and I think we're moving in the right direction.
Okay, good. When do y'all anticipate the vote on the pay increases? When's that going to occur?
Yeah.
Next meeting, they'll be making a presentation
Okay.
of the plan on hold to the board for their
Okay.
decision.
At the next meeting?
Yes, the 7th.
Yep.
Okay.
2 weeks from today. It's part of the budget process.
Okay. All right, well, if no questions for me, then I'm going to get out of your way. Thank you.
One thing, Sheriff, just a couple of things. One, where did Deborah go? She might be still in it. She's the most patient person I've seen, because in the height of trying to get this worked out, she was very calm and cool. But also, we found out yesterday that the street sweeper is finally being delivered today.
Awesome.
So
You're going to
that's
make people happy when they get their bridges cleaned.
Yes,
this week.
sir, I know, and a few other things, but I just wanted to make sure the public and the board is aware of that. That will be delivered to the captain
All
today.
right, very good. Thank y'all.
Yeah, the hope is that with the street sweeper, that's going to make it easier to do it more than twice a month.
Yeah, it'll make it a lot quicker.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Dad, for your, is the jail full?
Is the jail full? Pretty close.
They like that gated community though.
They love that gated community. I know, I wish they'd like, it ain't like the old days when we just take them to the county line, like, okay, Wakulla, they're yours now, so.
I was definitely not ready for that.
No, I will, I now have to rethink how I use the term gated community
All right,
from now on.
thank y'all.
Thank you. Okay. Up next is Mr. Howard Neighbors.
All right, Commissioner, so let me break you some of the bad news. So basically, Howard, Lamar, Mitch, if I remember correctly, Aaron, if you remember, that's the top 3. They're all home with COVID, along with quite a few other employees at the road department. And so I have, basically, we don't have anyone, there are no action items, but there's no one to basically present that report today. And maybe I shouldn't have said those names publicly. I probably just did something I shouldn't have done. And now I'm thinking about it, and I apologize to everybody that I just got in trouble with. But anyway, yeah, so your top 3 are out today. But if I could, hopefully by saying that, it emphasizes this point I'm going to bring up to you guys. If you guys, before I go to Fonda, could we go to page 14? The last item is K on my report. Commissioner Bolt, you're with me?
Yes.
Good. All right. At your January 19th meeting, The board agreed to provide an equivalent benefit equal to the unused remainder of the federal, the FFCRA emergency paid sick leave for employees that had not used all of the provided 2 weeks' time if an employee was unable to work, including able to telework, because the employee, one, was subject to a federal, state, or local quarantine or isolation order related to COVID-19, or two, had been advised by a healthcare provider to self-quarantine related to COVID-19, or three, was experiencing COVID-19 symptoms and was seeking a medical diagnosis. Sorry, got lost in my words. Employees would still need to complete the emergency paid sick leave request form for eligible reasons, 1, 2, 3 above, to utilize this leave. And this was extended until March 31st. The federal requirements to do this had expired on December 31st, but the board extended this leave to March 31st, like I just stated. I bring this item to you for your consideration. I'll get to what I'm asking you to do, because several of the Road and Bridge Department employees have tested positive for COVID-19 and approached Mr. Howard Neighbors, the superintendent, about access to their unused emergency paid sick leave. I've discussed this with the clerk, Mrs. Maxwell, and she's sure that her finance staff can run a report to determine which employees have available emergency paid sick leave. What I did not discuss with Ms. Maxwell is the potential cost for paying for this leave. Now, the matter I'm asking the board to consider, because I did not include it in my narrative, I just realized, so I got lost a second ago. Would this board consider extending that access to that unused leave? So this would only apply to employees that have not used all of that leave until sometime later this year, or we're about to start the last quarter of the year, until the end of the year. So basically, number one, this is for county employees only. I'm not talking about constitutional employees, county employees only. And if they had not used that leave that the federal government said last year that they would have, I guess it's 10 working days, they say 2 weeks, 10 working days, that, you know, you grant them access to that time if they meet the same 3 requirements, one of the same 3 requirements that I just explained.
I would imagine about a third of the staff has already,
yeah, sorry.
most likely a third of the county staff has already used that time.
Third.
I would say at a minimum. So the other 2/3 of your staff, it would just grant them the remainder of the 10 days. But they would have to have one of those three reasons that were listed.
Above.
So it's not just leave that they can use for, you know, any other illness or any type of other leave.
And Commissioners, I have discussed this with your labor attorney, and he is good if we, if the board decides to extend it.
That's
a board decision.
But you talked with the constitutional office.
I did not, sir. I did not. No, I did not.
Well, no, I mean, if we do it for the part we owe. I know we just over the EOC and funding and all, Boston Library. But I don't think it'd be fair for us to do that and not give the other part at least an opportunity.
Okay, so let me explain, Commissioners, the reason I did not engage well, first I wanted to see where your mind was at with doing this. Secondly, if we're going to do it, and I don't know how we include the constitutionals, I don't know if by directive or how that works, excuse me, but then they are getting to the end of their budgets, and so
There's actually not an associated direct cost, because it's not like overtime expense where you would be paying employees in excess of their regular salary. Sick leave is pretty much, is just lost days of productivity.
Productivity.
You know, so there is an indirect expense, it's just not something that's in addition to their already budgeted funds.
Yeah.
So that, really the other constitutionals, they all set their own employment, you know, personnel rules and regulations as well. So I mean, it would really be up to them if they wanted to mirror what the board has done.
Yes.
That's why I was asking, did you talk with them? And which I'm fine with it, because I done been through COVID, I know how it is. I'm fine with it, but I still would like them to have opportunity, you know, tell them if they choose to have the same thing.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, how is this paid for? Is this paid for with federal funds or what?
no, that's exactly what Aaron was explaining. That's why I brought up, it's an indirect cost. So basically, it's like, you don't have to pay, let's say I do it, you don't have to pay me extra, but know that the work I should be doing is not getting done. So that's what she means by indirect cost. It's not like you have to dip into any funding source anywhere to pay it, just know there'll be unproductive time. So, you know, I mean.
So it'll be paid for out of the regularly budgeted amount for each department?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, basically in a nutshell, you're still getting paid, you're just not working.
Yes.
Is basically what it boils down to.
It's like,
It's additional paid sick
It's
leave.
yeah,
paid
it's like
sick
added
leave.
sick leave. That's
So
exactly what it is.
It's not taken
Yeah.
in addition to added to any budget. It's already in the budget. It's already there. You're
Yes.
just not paying for the employee to work. They're at home.
Yeah.
Now, granted, some might work from home because, God forbid, somebody gets sick, they're gonna have to maybe work from home. But basically, that's what it boils down to. I think it's already in the budget. I do agree with Commissioner Lockley, no, but each constitutional officer has their own budget to pay their own employees how they seem fit,
Yeah.
correct? So if they get sick, they kind of go under their budget. It's kind of the same premise. It just isn't out of the county's budget. It's out of their individual constitutional officer's budget.
Yes, it
Okay.
is, and that was the thing. Again, since there's no direct cost, you know, it's their call, basically.
So why don't we just look at doing it this way? Why don't we add, for those that haven't used it yet, add 10 days paid sick leave specifically for these reasons. And then if a constitutional wants to do it, that we can do it on a reimbursement basis. They have to have those reasons.
There's no true reimbursement,
Okay.
though, Commissioner, I
Okay.
guess. And I hope I didn't confuse the situation. I think I might have. When I said a cost at the end, it's more of an indirect thing of a constitutional, not having an employee there to do work, so somebody else might have to double up and somebody else might have to get
Yeah.
overtime. That would be the indirect cost that I
Well,
was
it's
referring to.
gonna be that way if they get COVID anyway.
Yeah.
But yes, exactly. Yes,
That's
sir.
not gonna change.
So what's going on now basically is the people now that get COVID are using their sick leave, their regular sick leave as part of the county's benefit package.
Right.
What we are talking about is them getting access to, if they didn't use their full 10 days, or if they didn't use the 10 days at all, you know, they now have access to that leave, but that's restricted leave based on those three things I just read off to you, those three requirements I just read
Yeah.
off to you.
And you don't necessarily want to grant, you know, an additional 2 weeks of sick leave for every person who has
Right.
not used it, because once that goes into their sick leave balance, then it would stay there. So this is almost like a special circumstance where they
Okay.
may or may not need it. I mean, you may never end up getting COVID or having to be out, so you
Hopefully
don't
not,
necessarily
yes.
want to add the 10 days to it.
Right, okay.
Yeah. That was
In other words, you're saying they won't burn their time, they'll burn this
this
time.
special time.
And which I think that's fair because who knows, they could have caught it on the job while they were working.
Yes.
You never know.
I want to be clear though, we're not adding any time to anyone.
Right.
This is for those that have a balance that did not use it prior to March 31st. I want to be very clear with that, because I don't want an employee to think that we're going to give him
Right.
10 more days. No.
Right.
If you use your COVID time before the 31st of March, then you have to use your sick time. But if you have not, then you could use this banked time, if I could say that, you know, for COVID, as long as you meet one of those three requirements.
So my question would be, I guess, going with what the board wants to do, I can't make a motion or second, but you're looking for a motion that would allow
To take the same
us
policy that you terminated
to-
on
to
March
use that
31st
same policy?
and extend that to December, I mean, it's up to you, November, to me, December is right around the corner, December 31st, at the end of the year.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I have a concern with that. Reason being is, we have no idea how long COVID's gonna last.
None.
I mean, if we extend it to December 31st, we're probably
We'll be
gonna have to
doing
come
this
back to
again.
the board and do the same thing again.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make a motion to extend this leave or add this leave until, to an indefinite date. I don't know how we can control that, but I don't foresee COVID being ended by December 31st. I mean, that's
No way.
3 months away now. There's
Okay.
no way. and then we'd have to come back and reinvent the wheel.
So basically, it'll end when the last man uses his time, or
Yeah,
woman.
let's just, I make a motion to extend it and let the employees that haven't used it, use it until it's gone. Whatever time that takes. If it's 2 years from now, then so be it.
I second that, but I wanna say so.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Lockley. Go ahead, Commissioner.
And what you would add to your motion if the Constitution officer choose to do it, they get the same thing?
I will add that to my motion.
Amend your second.
I amend my second to that.
Okay, so basically with this amended motion, we're asking the constitutionals to consider doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
we can't tell them to
Right.
do it, they on
Right.
their own, but if they do, they ain't got to come back in here and
Right.
ask.
So what I'll do, Commissioner Lockley, if this is, I'll just send them an email or note saying, this is what the board has decided to do. You know, I don't know if you're invited to use this as a policy, you set your own policy, basically.
But make sure they know that it's not an extra,
There's no added to their budget, that's,
I mean, it's not,
oh, that we're not adding any days, it's
Days
just for
to
those
the-
that didn't use it,
Right.
okay?
Okay,
cause this not gonna cause nobody nothing, really.
so is there any more discussion before we vote on this motions on the floor?
Commissioner, could I ask a question, please?
Yes, you can.
Would that be included for new employees also?
Anybody that's not used this time,
So if we hire tomorrow, then they would be included.
That's an interesting question. I have to ask the labor attorney, because what Fonda is saying, if somebody was hired after March 31st,
Mhm.
are we then going to give them 10 days? Is that what you're going to do?
I think we need to clarify it because the motion is to the last person uses it.
Yeah.
Well, then. well, let me
That's
ask you
a
a
labor
question.
attorney
Let me ask
question,
you a
if you
question.
guys don't mind.
So maybe we can answer that question later.
Okay.
We can get with Leonard, we can get back, we can do what we're doing now and answer that question later.
Well, really, can I ask the lawyer? a
Yes.
question?
Yes.
Mr. Schuler,
Yes, sir.
they not really not hired until they done their time, right?
I'm sorry. Repeat that, sir.
A person like the new starters, they have a certain date before they is truly hired.
Well, they have probation, is
Probation.
what you're
Yeah,
referring to.
90 days.
90 days
Yeah,
probation,
90.
yes.
So really, it wouldn't apply to them till they get the 90 days, right?
I think we should check with the labor attorney. I'm hearing all of this live this morning. I wasn't aware this was an issue. Honestly, once they're finally a true county full-time employee, I can't imagine there's any valid reason why the policy wouldn't apply to the new hire. But let's let Leonard weigh in on that and make the final decision. So my recommendation would be pass the motion as it's been amended. And if Mr. Morone needs to come back with some clarifications from Mr. Carson, then he can do so.
Okay.
All right,
That's not set under for the new hires.
Yeah, because I mean, if not, you know, if it's.
Okay, so
it
what?
could- It could roll into the future for.
Yeah, so what Aaron is saying, depending on what the rule is on the new employees, you might want to have a sunset date on new employees when they get their 10 days. So if the board doesn't mind, I'd like to add that to what I asked the labor attorney also. So,
okay, that's fine.
What kind of sunset date are we talking?
so basically, if you were hired after, I don't know, December 31st, you won't get the 10 days.
Yeah, because if not, it could actually go for years.
Okay.
You know, as far as like them not having used their 2 weeks. So really, you probably do want to revisit it at some point. Just because, I mean, maybe we'll get to a point where it won't be necessary.
Maybe at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So, like everybody's saying, we'll go with the motion is today, and I'll bring back on my next report the results of what the labor attorney says, and then you guys could make a separate motion as it applies to new employees. Sounds fair?
Sounds good. Any more discussion from the commission before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Aye.
Commissioner Bolt, it seems like you, okay, you're back with us now. Your screen was frozen for a second, but okay.
All right, is that everything, sir?
I'm
For
sorry, yes, for that particular item, I just want to bring that up before, because I know you go to your department heads and they kind of know what direction you're going in.
Okay. All right, up next, Mr. Fonda Davis, Solid Waste Director.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I have no action item this morning. Would like for you all to know that we are working a little bit of overtime, trying to pick up the little debris that Storm Fred left. Or if you're getting in the coals, we working at. Also, we have one employee out right now that's out with COVID. And also, I'd like to just know that what like the sheriff was saying, that the importance of the employee. I feel the same way about ours here in the landfill, solid waste department, also Parks and Rec, animal control. I think very highly of this team. So they do a good job, and we appreciate everything y'all are doing for us trying to get the pay grade up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone have a question or something for Mr. Fonda while he's still here with us at the meeting today?
Mr. Chairman, I do. Hey, Mr. Davis, this is Commissioner Ward. How are you this morning?
I'm good, Commissioner. How about yourself?
Good. I agree with you wholeheartedly on the whole raise thing. I've been very passionate about it, but I do have something. I had a constituent reach out to me yesterday about animal control, dogs running up and down Wilderness and Ridge Road specifically, stray dogs. Apparently there was a couple stray dogs in her yard that were doing some things that would produce other dogs, and she's got small grandkids, and then they poop in her yard and leave excrement. Obviously, I know we can't enforce responsible dog owners or put dogs in fences and things, but I was going to see if maybe we can increase patrol in that area and have some stray dogs picked up, or whatever you guys do to facilitate some of that.
We'll take care of it.
I'm sorry?
I think we will take care of it.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, for being with us today.
Yeah.
Y'all
Thank
keep
you
up
all.
the good work. All right, up next, Emergency Management Director, Ms. Pam Burnell. Ms. Pam, there she is.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I have one action item. That is request the board's retroact the chairman's signature on the local state of emergency dated 8/12/21 for tropical depression Fred.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Parrish,
A second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion from the commission? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passes, Ms. Pam.
Again, I'm like Fonda. Our staff's underpaid. Of course, y'all know that. You've looked at the data. What most people in the county don't realize is that we do, when there's a storm, work around the clock here, actually eat, sleep here. Again, thank y'all for actually looking into trying to give us a pay raise.
Thank you, Ms. Pam. Anyone have anything for Ms. Pam while she's still here this morning?
I do. Hi, Ms. Pam. This is Commissioner Ward. I did go out to the EOC Sunday before Tropical Storm hit, and they do stay there. They eat there, they drink there, they sleep there, they shower there, they spend time away from their families, and I just wanted to extend my appreciation for all you guys do to keep our county safe and informed. I know you guys were pushing out, you and Jennifer pushing out updates constantly, and keeping the public informed, and us as commissioners. I know they were keeping all of us informed as well, and I really appreciate that, so thank you.
You're welcome. We highly appreciate the fact that with that CARES money, y'all let us purchase those kiosks. We put that message out there on those, and anybody that goes into those facilities can actually read it right there on the screen.
Yeah, because Ms. Pam, just to reiterate what you're saying, those kiosks can be updated remotely. So as information is made available by the EOC, all these different locations, these kiosks, they can push that information to those kiosks.
That technology is really cool.
Yeah. Just want to make sure, put that out there while we're talking about it so the public will know they're not looking at something that's months old. It can be as recent as 10 minutes ago. So thank you, Ms. Pam. We appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Up next, Mr. Eric Lovestrand, Extension Office Director.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, sir.
I don't have anything extra beyond my written report for you today, but just as the other department heads are doing, I'd like to put in a plug for the one extension position that you provide for us for the extension services, and something that we greatly appreciate for sure. And I'll just let you know, I have submitted some comments regarding the proposed pay plan through Aaron and Michael. So those are in the record and I believe have been forwarded to Evergreen. So that's all I have for you today.
All right. Anyone have any questions? Mr. Eric, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you all.
Okay, up next, Mr. Steve Patterson, Building Official.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I need to get an amendment to the resolution for permit fees. We have a private provider fee that we have.
Steve, say your name for the record, please.
Steve Patterson.
Okay.
So we have a private provider fee that we put in place on an emergency basis of $250 for a flat fee. The state statute requires a discount from your permit fee. So we had no idea at the time how the finances were going to work out, but after looking at it, it looks like a 30% discount from our regular fee will be the appropriate way to do that. Mr. Schuler worked with us on coming up with a whole set of paperwork that we have to do. And
Steve, I don't want to interrupt you, but I want to clarify something. So what you're trying to address is something the state has mandated.
Yes, sir.
That the county has to allow individuals that are doing permits to be able to use a private provider for their inspection services.
Yes, sir.
And all their stuff with the permit. I just want to make sure so everybody.
Right.
I know we know, but I want to make sure the public knows what we're talking about.
And
go ahead.
There's, and the clerical side of it is that there's more to the clerical side of that than there is to the clerical side of our regular permits.
Right.
And we also have to do audits of them. So it's a lot more involved than you would think it would be.
Well, with us doing the clerical side, it still puts the ball in our court for audits, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
There you go.
So we also, so that would be what we're asking for, is to set the private provider fee as a 30% discount off of a normal permit fee. So that would give them the discount that the state requires, which the state does not set the amount of the discount. So whether it's 1% or 99%, but we've looked at it at some neighboring counties. We figured we would start at 30% and see how that works out, and if we have to revisit it later, we will. A couple of other fees that we want to do something about. We get a lot of pole barns and prefab storage sheds in the county. Currently, they have been based on the contract cost of them, which can, so that they bring a portable building, set it up, and the permit fee might be $350, for instance. But you can get a mobile home for a single wide mobile home is $125. So what we want to do is lower the fees for pole barns and storage sheds, if they're the prefab ones, not if you build it yourself, but a prefab one where they just come set it up, to a $100 flat fee to cover them. I think, and we're getting a lot of people that put them in without permits. I think this takes away any excuse, and it's, having it on our website that it is required, and that the fee, that the fee is there stated, that they will know, oh, I do need a permit for this. The other thing is our supplemental fees. Currently, we do a supplemental fee when you pull a permit. There's a supplemental electrical, plumbing, HVAC, gas, and a power pole permit. They're each $100. We have looked at, Ms. Griffith and I have looked at it, and we think our budget can take that, we can reduce those fees So we've talked about doing a $200 flat fee to cover all supplementals. So
Is that just on new construction?
that's just on new
Okay.
construction. So when you build a new house, you pull your supplemental permits, and currently, we do, it's basically an extra $500 added to the permit cost. This will cut it to $200 for everything. And they'll submit all of their subcontractors at the time that we issue the permit, instead of now it comes in piecemeal. But this will get it all at one time. It'll be easier for us, but it'll also cut the cost of the final permits. And the other fee that we want to change is the demolition permits, which are currently $100. We would like to lower that to $0, and I think that'll encourage it'll take away any reservations people have. If we want to clean the county up, and some of these derelict buildings, if we take away the fee,
My only comment on all these are, I'm fine, I mean, you're the one running the department, but we need to make sure that all these changes we're making, that if I come and talk to any of those employees, they should know what we're doing. And it should all be something that, each person I talk to, if I was a property owner, should be able to help take care of me and
Yes,
make
sir.
sure I'm doing it right the first time. That's my only concern. So, is that something, I guess we could approve by one motion, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's a pleasure of the board then. What do you
So
guys think?
moved.
All right. Have a motion to approve.
Second with a comment.
Okay. We have motion by Commissioner Parrish, second by Commissioner Lockley. Commissioner Lockley, you have a comment?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on just a second, Commissioner Burke. I'll get you next. I'm sorry.
Mr. Pettis, on these changes, this just work in the county, right?
yes, sir.
Okay, so if the city them two cities have something different. Okay, all right.
Yes, sir. It's just county only.
Okay. As long as people know that, because they're gonna be asking, well, I ain't have to pay that in, you know how that goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Bolt, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I just want to say that I think that lowering the demolition fee to 0 is excellent. I think it encourages a wholesome environment. And I just wanted to emphasize that I do understand, however, that the permittee will still pay the tipping fee. Did y'all get that?
Commissioner Bolt, for some reason, when you're talking, it's lagging, so it's kind of piecemeal what you're
Okay,
saying.
sure. Is it? All right, is that better now?
No, sir, it's still going in and out, it's fading in and out. It's nothing to do with our great broadband we have in the county, though.
What I was talking about was,
Yeah, it's actually in his.
I understand, okay.
Yeah.
So the zero demolition fee, I think is excellent, if you got that.
Yes.
Yes.
And we're still getting a tipping fee when they take the material to the dump, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any more discussion from the commission before we vote on this matter?
Yeah, that'll help them pay the tipping fee.
It will. All right. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll go to the next one.
regards to the services that we offer, so we take care of individuals from birth to death. So if you have a newborn, please bring them in, come see us. We'd love to take care of them. If you're early on and you need a school physical, we'd love to take care of you. Young children typically are doing rather well, and we check in on their development and kind of leave them alone and let them grow like they're supposed to. We talk about diet, preventative medicine as well, but usually young children are doing quite well. If we're in the middle of life and we have medical conditions or we want to start our preventative medicine, we'd love to take care of you. So my goal is to consider the big picture, make sure all of those specialists who specialize in the organ systems integrate that appropriately and are considering the big picture.
Come inside and check us out. We have something for everyone. Hello, welcome to Apalachicola Chocolate and Coffee Company. From our handmade chocolates, fudges, delicious old-fashioned caramel, pies, cookies, including the largest Greek wedding and macaroons you've ever seen. We also make the Italian-style ice cream called gelato, which is adult tested and kid approved. We have a full menu coffee bar, from lattes and cappuccinos to some of our signature drinks, such as our affogatos and black bottom coffees. And don't forget about the famous crafted coffee blend. We also roast our coffee beans on site, so it's super fresh. Don't like coffee? We also have teas and lemonade. If you're hungry, we serve breakfast sandwiches on our homemade bread, or we have New York water bagels. Or try the biscuits and gravy that are to die for. We also have lunch sandwiches and soups. We do carry some gluten-free and vegan options as well. Hear what some locals have to say.
I love the biscuits and gravy.
You know something? The coffee here is great.
I love the ice cream of the chocolate company. So come check us out and stay a while. In here, it's just like Cheers, where everybody knows your name. Oh, hey, Dan.
Hi, I'm Carol Landis. I'm a professional realtor in love with St. George Island. When my husband and I and our dogs moved here in 2002, it was the beginning of an adventure that has never grown old in a community that is amazing. If you're thinking about moving to St. George Island or investing in our world-class real estate, then this community will be as important to you as the sand and surf.
Well, Kara to me is much more than an agent. She's become a friend, and since we bought the house, we've needed work done, and she knows everybody there is that can help us with that.
One of the key elements for the historical growth and value of St. George Island real estate is the fact that it's a great place to vacation and to live. The beauty of the Gulf of Mexico with its white sand beaches and blue sky has always been a magnet for me. It was love at first sight. As your realtor, I can help educate you on the various aspects of buying and owning coastal properties. From taxes to coastal setback lines to where to find the best oysters, it's all part of being your realtor.
Too often our friends tell us of it being a hardship to buy a house, and the agent was gone as soon as the closing. We've had quite the opposite experience with Kara.
If you're looking to buy or sell real estate on St. George Island, I'd love to work with you. Please call or text me at 850-653-7753.
currently working towards various telehealth programs where we might be able to sit down and talk to specialists one-on-one so we can get on the same page with clinical direction, wound care, endocrine, nutritionists, psychiatry. We have a lot of interesting ideas that we'd like to implement as soon as possible, and we're working towards doing that on a day-to-day basis.
Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. Up next, Mr. Ted Mosteller, Interim Airport Manager. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners, staff. Ted Mosteller from the airport. Most of my report you already have. It's mostly FYI. There are two or three items we do need to discuss, though. As you know, the Tropical Storm Fred contributed much to this report, and we've had a very busy last 3 weeks. So the item we were just discussing back here, in light that you want to do the drainage project on the north end, I think we pretty well decided to revert back to the $150,000 that we discussed last meeting instead of the $450. That's up for discussion, Commissioners.
Mr. Mosteller, revert what back to the?
Okay, I proposed in this thing to go to $450,000 for the drain, for the tree removal or the obstruction.
Mm-hmm.
And last meeting we discussed $150,000.
Okay.
But in our discussion with Michael and John here, I think it's prudent to go back to the $150,000.
Ted, if I may, let me to the board. Okay, so you remember, Commissioners, we've been talking about this $1 billion grant that we had for drainage. So John was able to get $100,000 from that transfer to buy the new vault generator. That's the generator Ted's been working on, trying to keep afloat. Ted has tried his best. Still nothing from Ring Power yet. As reference to
I have
parts.
a comment, Michael. He was supposed to come tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
But there are 7 technicians or mechanics in the group.
Yep.
And 3 of them have COVID.
Don't call their names. Don't make the same mistake I did. So
no names.
Yes. So so we move on, and then at the last meeting, Ted asked you to transfer another $150 from that grant to start the project as to remove trees. I think we're talking about specifically the RPZs at that time.
The RPZs and
So what he was asking you for today is to take additional money from that grant to go beyond the RPZs and cut other trees. And Ted, I'm going to do it. 1836. How about that? So
Got it.
to cut trees around 1836, also known as the third runway. But the issue with that is, and I'm going to go a little history here. A few years ago, I'm not sure if Commissioner Jones was chairman or Commissioner Lockley was chairman, we were going through that gentleman that lives in Southland, again, we won't call any names, that called every single time it rained that complained about the stormwater backing up into his property. And at that time, Commissioner Lockley, could have been Chairman Lockley, said a directive to staff that the first opportunity we get to have that area looked at by an engineer and funding to assist with I guess, reducing any stormwater that we could, that we would. So I was counting on the balance of this $1 million to put, which is what, $750 now is where we're at, the $750,000 to ask AvCon to do a study of the area and see, number one, if there's anything we could do with the airport drainage system that would relieve the people at Southland and other people that live around the airport. And then if there is, then do it, you know, to tweak the current design that they have to relieve the people that live around the airport that are suffering from, suffering might not be the right word to be too strong, they're dealing with stormwater issues because of the drainage issues at the airport. So that's where we are. So I was talking to Ted and John. I said, number one, I need to clear up something that, because Ted informed you guys, but the public doesn't know. It's actually not 1.5 million in this phase or cycle and then 600,000. It's actually $1 million now and then 600,000 next year. Commissioner Ward, I asked John, he come up to, he said it'll be sometime in June or July of 2022. July of 2022. That's when we will have access to that money. So what I recommended to both of them is that we focus on the design of the drainage system, all drainage, except for the 150 and the 100,000 that we have set aside, one for RPZ tree clearing and for the generator. We focus the balance of that this time on the drainage system, and then the next phase that we get we look and decide if we could use that for more of the tree clearing that that we want to do in addition to the RPZ. Keeping in mind that you have a couple of things, that Jingoli's lease should start to kick in at that time, which will put more money into the airport. And as Commissioner Ward reminded me yesterday, hopefully the people that are smarter than us up in Washington could work out their issues and get that infrastructure money down, because I'm hoping, John and Ted, with that infrastructure money, they better put something in there for airports. So, I mean, it's transportation. So that was, you know, Commissioner Ward brought that up yesterday, which is a very good point. So I would say in 2022, we might have ample money to deal with the airport and all the issues, because I agree with Ted, the FBO roof, that's another issue that we have to deal with, you know, because I know it's patched, and I know the guy did a good job with patching, but the first real storm that we get here, I have my doubts.
It came through Fred, by the way.
So, yeah. And I don't care what they say, Ted was a category 1, but that's a different argument. So, that's where we are, and I hope I brought everybody up to speed. I mean, any questions?
And I did fail to introduce John Collins, our airport engineer consultant, if you have any questions.
He's right after you on the agenda, Ted, so.
Yes, he is on the agenda later, but if you have any questions now, perhaps you want to address it to him.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
My thing is, we need that drainage out there working proper. If we don't get it working proper in them back areas, one day it's gonna flood the whole place out there. Airport and all. So we need to straighten that drainage first. Cause it just, we gonna end up with a big rain one time, sooner or later.
So I have a question. Currently, we have, and the board's already had this discussion, made this decision. We've set aside or asked to be set aside 150 to start clearing the trees in the RPZ, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the rest of the money is to work on this drainage, not just the design, but we actually have to do the work.
And
correct?
another 100,000 for the vault generator.
Right.
Brian, yes.
Okay.
So it's actually 250s you remove from that million. So.
Right, and I understand there's discussion about some money next year, but we haven't made it to next year yet, and those aren't guaranteed funds.
That's right.
Until we get to it.
True.
So one of the things that's really sometimes can be off-putting serving as a county commissioner is actually getting things done and having the funds to do them with. So I appreciate the fact that there's discussion of having money next year. We're not there yet, so we have to make sure we take care of what we have available to us now, so we can get done some of the things we need to get done. Because at the end of the day, other than the roof, we've already expended funds and done emergency repairs around the airport for stuff concerning drainage. It's a big time issue, and it's been a big time issue for a long time.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, I'm good with us starting to clear stuff around the RPZs. I think we need to do that. But I would like to see us take a both approach, not an either or. I'll just say it that way. You know what I mean? I'm not ready to not try to handle this drainage issue for the sake of trees. And I understand the trees are a problem. I'm not saying they're not. But it would be better if we were closer to next year, but we're not. So I'm fine with where we are. And I'm understanding that the board has already had the discussion, already made the, I guess, direction to do 150 possibly for the clearing of the trees around the RPZs. The rest of the money, other than what's going to the generator, for the drainage issue. And it might be more than enough, it might be not enough. But, you know, I don't know the answer to that question. So is that clear where we're at?
I think so, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
With those numbers, that leaves $1 million, I believe it is, for drainage, which would include that north side drainage.
But I thought the number we were starting with was $1 million.
Yeah, we're starting at $1 million, you're reducing it by 250, Ted.
Excuse me, you're correct.
Okay.
Okay. So it's around 450. for the drainage issue, correct? Or
Mhm.
what, 750?
750, yes. So-
Sorry, I'll do my best today, guys, I apologize.
So, Mr. Chairman, I want to make sure I understand. So what you're saying, let's deal with what we're dealing with today, and then when we get to 600,000, we'll determine what we're going to do with that money then, based on what has already been done. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Well, I mean, that's fine if that's what the board wants to do. I just want to make sure we all understood exactly where we were.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So, and know where we are and what we've already talked about. And if the board wants to do something different, then we're here and we're in session.
Okay.
But if not, we know where we already are. That's all I was trying to clarify.
Very good.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Do they got to do a study to get that water out? I mean, wouldn't it be better, I mean, I'm just asking, I ain't no engineer, and I ain't, but I just wanna know, couldn't the engineer just, it got to be studied, that me and Pam, how they studying it?
Commissioner Lockley, I know you hate to hear the word study. I get that because you think it's wasted money, but can we say design, review? And John, if you don't mind, Ted's right, you probably do need to step up.
Somebody needs to say
Yeah.
what to do out there.
Yeah, but
I think what they're trying to do, though, Commissioner Lockley, and I'm not trying to answer for John, I'm not an engineer. So similar to what we're doing on the island with the drainage issues. Look, we're trying to address the drainage issues, but that doesn't mean we're gonna do every street. Because some streets are good, they're high and dry. But we need to identify and mark down at the airport what areas do need doing, and that's kind of what they're doing. It's a design study for where you need to design improvements. Is that correct?
Good morning, I'm John Collins at the AvCon. Yeah, I think really, you know, I did talk to Michael briefly about the drainage issues on the north end of the airport, and I took a look at a couple aerials up there, and also some old drainage maps for the airport. And really, what you would want is just a very high-level basic study at the beginning. Number one, confirming like, is this an airport problem or not? Is the airport, you know, is there runoff from the airport going onto private property? That's really the first question that needs to be asked. And so we could take a look at some county data and some, you know, some of the topographic information that we have in the area just to confirm that. And then number two, we could put together a pretty quick, you know, in maybe a 30-day time, just a really an analysis. Say, look, if this is an issue, here's option 1, option 2, option 3, with a general cost estimate for each of those, so we can proceed accordingly.
Okay.
Obviously, we could fix this with $100,000 or $500,000. You know, there's quite a few drainage swales that really go around the whole airport that convey the water off the airport. And just from my experience, a lot of those are overrun with vegetation. So it's possible that maybe the swales that are, you know, providing relief from Southland are blocked up. That's certainly a possibility. But there's a large open area that doesn't have any swales on this. It's on the south edge of the Southland property, and the whole area is wetlands also. So it is highly possible that water is all flooding, all coming in this area and then making its way onto Southland. And if that's the case, what we want to do is extend the existing swale system up along the south edge of Southland to intercept that water and get it off before it gets to the residents' property. But again, the study itself is really just a high-level evaluation of our existing conditions, and then we can present to you some options on how to proceed if you wanted to fix those problems.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
John, let me ask you a question while you're at the podium.
Sure.
So this $750,000 that's going to be left out of this grant will not all go into design and study.
Oh, no, sir.
We're doing
No,
a
it's very-
design and a preliminary look at it.
That's
and then
correct.
some of those funds can actually be used to alleviate some of the flooding. Because I agree with what you're saying. And the last time we had a bad problem out there was because we done some cutting of trees and stuff at the airport, and they drug some of the stuff across the ditches out there to go around the runways and clog the ditches up, which made the water back up into Southland.
Okay.
And it could be the same thing now. And that's something you gotta look at when we're talking about clearing these trees and all, that we don't clog those ditches up and thereby making that water back up into Southland. Everybody's gotta understand the airport's at a higher elevation than all that property at Southland. So the water typically wants to run off the airport in the adjoining neighborhoods.
Correct.
So without the proper drainage around the airport, it causes that, what we just discussed, to happen.
Yes. Yeah. Based
So
on
I want to make it clear on the record, as you heard, Commissioner Lockley don't like studies and In other words, we're not gonna eat up all this money in studies and design. We're gonna do a study and design some way of providing relief, but then there'll also be monies left out of the grant to start moving forward on some of that. Is that correct?
Yes, a very small percent of that 750 would go towards whatever, the initial study and recommendation on what to do with it. Now, the original $1 million that was allocated for this year, the design for all that work was done about 3 or 4 years ago as part of a larger, it was a different drainage project. We went ahead and did all the drainage design in one shot to really, reduce the total design cost. Just do it all at once, get it done. So in the future, when the additional funds are available, there's no more design needed. You just go straight into construction, you bid it and you build it. So the original drainage scope of work has already been designed. This will just be a special piece that we're adding to it. To give you recommendations and some options on how to proceed with it. So most of that 750 would go towards construction.
And one more thing, Mr. Chairman. Did Avcon apply for all these DOT grants?
We did. We work with the county, and it's a process.
I understand.
Yes, we did. We put together these scope and deliverable documents. We maintain the online JSIP database, which it's a pretty routine process to add new products into JSIP, make sure that we're keeping them up to date. We have to add scopes, budgets, exhibits showing the work that actually needs to be done. Yes, so we certainly work with county staff in keeping all that up to date.
Okay, so my question is when we're amending or looking to repurpose monies out of these grants, if your firm is the one that applied for these grants at FDOT, then I want you consulted on where this money's going, because I got a concern, and I'm not as in depth in detail as you are, but if your firm is going to apply for these grants and then you want to repurpose some of the dollars in these grants, then I don't want to get into a position where you told me you were going to do X, Y, Z. Now all of a sudden the county wants to come back and do something else. So it kind of looks like the county wants to get a grant up here for this particular purpose, and all of a sudden now we're moving this money back to something else. I don't know how that works with FDOT as far as them granting you $1 million grant, but then you don't do what you said you were going to do. You want to repurpose some of this stuff. So if you're the one, your firm is the one applying for these grants, then I want you to be consulted and provide us with a recommendation as to whether you think the repurposing of some of this money is adequate and holds true to what you told FDOT as a firm when you applied for the grant.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir, I do. I think there are 2 points. One is when we apply for FDOT funding, we apply for 5 years out. So in 2021, we are applying, in March, you apply for your funds 5 years out. We provide usually 2 or 3 different projects to the FDOT, and we rank those in priorities 1, 2, and 3. And we work with the county. County's all involved in this process. We provide the information to them, and then they select what they think is, hey, here's how much money we have, here's what we believe is a priority, and they put that in the system. So it's 5 years out. Things change on airports all the time.
Right.
And you might have a tenant who comes to the airport who you didn't know about 3 or 4 years ago, but you need to provide them the hangar space or apron space or something to accommodate their operations. And so the FDOT, Quint Williams and Vanessa Strickland, they're very flexible with us, and they understand the day-to-day realities of operating a GA airport here in Northwest Florida. Things change all the time. So they're so the money sits in the 5-year work program, and it works its way, every year we get closer and closer to where we get to it. In July is when the grants are actually issued to the county. And usually 6 months before that, we start working with the FDOT and the county. We say, okay, well, guys, we have $1 million coming up this year for drainage. Is that really the highest priority for the airport? Or do we want to look, is there tree removal? Is there apron rehab? Is there lighting that needs to be rehabbed at the airport? That's really when we start focusing on exactly what we want to spend this money on, putting together some more detailed cost estimates. Because again, we put together cost estimates for each product we submit for 5 years out in the future. We put together a cost estimate for it. Things can change. As you know, construction costs have gone up considerably since January. And so we always go back and update those and make sure that the budgets that we have for these products are reasonable, so we don't go out and bid a job that we have half the money for. So yes, we are, we're involved. We work with the county, a daily basis at times, making sure that the grant funding that we have for the airport is reasonable for what the county really wants to do at the airport.
So basically you're saying priorities change and some priorities need to be elevated
Yes, sir.
That you didn't see 5 years out.
Yes, for example, the FBO roof. I know Ted briefed you on that. I was up on the roof with him a few weeks ago, and that was not really an item that we considered 5 years ago. But it needs to happen. We need to replace the roof, and so it's one of the items that we're talking about potentially for next year funding. The $600,000 that we have for drainage next year in July 22. We had some preliminary discussions with the FDOT to see if maybe they would be willing to pay for the FBO roof replacement. And so again, that's another example of we didn't know that was a need 5 years ago, but it's a very real need now. And now there are some limits. You can't just go out and spend money on whatever you want to at the airport. The FDOT has to agree that it's justified. It's a good use of money. But most of the time, if we can make a good argument, they'll agree with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, how many runways you dealing with?
Excuse me?
How many runways?
There's 3.
Okay, but what's your main runway running?
The main runway is 1432. That's the main primary runway. Is lit, has approaches to it. It's about 5,500 feet.
What about you got two main? And I ain't talking about.
The primary is 1432. The secondary runway is 624, and then your third tertiary runway is 1836.
Well, that third one we ain't worried about right now.
Well, it's fully operational. The FBO manager confirmed yesterday that the same number of aircraft land on all 3 runways. It's really not it just depends on how the winds are at the airport. All the bigger jets are landing on 1836 just like they are on everything else. It's just another option for pilots.
Well, that's the one you want to remove the trees from by?
All of the runways would have tree removal. All 6 runway ends have runway protection zones that have trees in them. So the $150,000 that the board is considering right now, that would be focused on the runway protection zones and clearing those.
For all of it?
Excuse me?
For all of them?
Yes, sir, for all of them. And it does appear reasonable that the $150,000 would be able to clear all 6 runway ends. I do say that with a caveat though, on 1836, the 3rd runway, on the north end of it, beyond the airport property boundary, there's about 45 to 50 trees that are penetrating the approach surface on runway 18. So coming from the north, landing on 1836, there's about 45 to 50 trees on private property that we would not be able to clear unless we get the landowners to write us a letter saying we allow you to remove our trees, which from our experience at other airports is not a process you normally want to go through. So we would clear all the RPZs, but those trees on private property north of 1836 would remain at the time.
Well, this ain't no international. What you clearing all that? I mean, this is a little, ain't nothing but a little airport. It ain't like you got flying in. You got this and that for visitors, really. It ain't like it the passengers or nothing like that.
Well, the FAA and FDOT both have standards as far as the approaches. It's for safety. The goal for the runway protection zones is to make sure the airplanes, if they get in trouble, they don't go hit a tree. But certainly, I think the goal with this project, with the $150,000, is to do as much as we possibly can to clear these trees, because they do. The FDOT does do an annual inspection, as you're aware, and they'll go back. They'll go try to find. They'll check these trees every year. And so our goal is to take those out.
But if them 2 main runway clear.
Correct.
Is it going to be against the law to leave that one like it is?
Is it against the law to leave the 3rd one? You mean with the trees on private property?
No, I ain't talking about the private property. I'm talking about the airport. I'm talking about fixing that main 1 and 2. Take off on this one, go on down. And that other, let it grow up.
The 3rd one?
Yeah.
Well, that's certainly up to the county. That's the county's choice on how you maintain your airport.
Well, and I would say too that talking about tree clearing, there are other stuff I'm working on. It's not really airport related, but there are other areas in the county that had been mentioned about cutting trees. For instance, one example is behind the sheriff's department. For a range or other potentialities, and our other areas. So it might be something where the county could get together some kind of collective deal that's being done. Of course, anything done on the airport would be funded by airport dollars or DOT dollars.
Right.
But that's something we might could do and get even more bang for our buck.
That was gonna be my question to you, John. So, let's say next year sometime, we do put together some kind of, bid, a sealed bid request for the tree cutting and removal.
Right.
Can we go, if we wanna do, cause the sheriff always wanted that area clean, I think some of it was supposed to be for the range and something else. Can we do that? Can the county put out a full bid and then we determine, well, let's say Aaron determines what part is gonna be funded from airport funds and what part we're gonna fund from some other fund? Can we
That
do it?
it
We
gets
have to keep
messy.
it two separate.
The FDOT, we could actually look into that.
Okay.
We would just need to make sure we keep the FDOT informed of what we're doing. Typically, they don't like to do that. We've done that before where we had an access road on the airport, but the boundary was here, and the city wanted to rehab the rest of the street outside the airport boundary. It's the same street, but the FDOT can only pay for what's on the airport boundary, and the FDOT didn't like that because they were concerned that what's beyond or what's outside the airport property, even though they weren't paying for it, would somehow impact the prices that they're getting from bidders for the on-airport works. It's kind of I would be careful. But anything, I think, it doesn't hurt to make a phone call and have a discussion if that would be in the county's best interest.
Just find out for us.
Yeah, what the chairman is talking about is so much smaller than what we would be doing at the airport, but we think that'll be a good, I don't care if we could do it as an amendment, as an option, something to separate it, but still get a bid to do it all, because we think that's the best way to get that area behind the sheriff's department cut, basically. But
yeah, there's several options. Or once you're under contract we go through the bid process, we identify a low bidder, get under contract with them. When we know when they're going to be out here at the airport, then we say, hey guys, let's go down the street and take a look at this. Can you give us a price to go ahead and do this? They're already mobilized. They have their equipment on site. They have their trucks on site.
Okay.
That might be the best way to do it.
Okay. Well, just a thought, but they've had some issues trying to get that cleared because it's not really enough. There's not enough timber there for somebody to mobilize for. You see what I'm saying?
Understood.
So anyway, just trying to take care of several issues, knowing that tree cutting is going to be going on.
Right. Okay.
Well, I do know it's high and low. Water gonna run down and it gonna run up. You need some ditches, some way going to that bay out there or something to get the water. Or either it gonna run down on them other people.
so, Mr. Chairman, for the record, basically, if we're going to go with just the 150 for the RPZs and the 100 that the board already agreed to, and that's all we're going to do with this, then I don't really need any action from the board, because then John and I will proceed with working on the drainage issue, starting with Southland and progressively more into the airport. If the board is good with, I see John approaching.
Here, let's just to save another item on a future agenda. Agenda. If the board, if you're talking about $150,000 for tree removal, $100,000 for the vault generator replacement, and $750 for the drainage project, if the board can vote to allow the chairman to sign the resolution, it's a one-page resolution that the county has to sign and send to the FDOT to make that formal change to the work program. Because right now there's $1 million in there for drainage. To make a change to that, there's a one-page resolution that the board would have to sign. Or I'll put it together. I've already put most of it together. I just need to finalize it with the amounts of the tree clearing, where Commissioner Jones would need to sign that, and we email that to FDOT. They will have to modify their work program and then send us those 3 grants.
So moved.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Parrish, second by Commissioner Lockley. Any more discussion before we vote on this? I will say before we vote, earlier when I brought it up, it was just for discussion matters only. I wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. In no way was I trying to direct the rest of the board on what amounts we needed to do. But I just want to put that out there. I'm doing good to remember my name today, so. But I'm here. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimous, Jessica, 4-0.
All right, Ted.
Thank you, Commissioners. Next item would be the sewage system. I'm happy to tell you it's working now, except we do have one little electrical problem that I've contacted Mike Cates to repair. It's a box that's rusted and it's very dangerous, feeding the pump, and it also feeds the electric gate. The next item would be, do you have any questions about that?
I don't, sir.
Okay. Next item would be the EOC electrical entrance service to the building. During the storm, I entered the building, which is the old generator room. We use it as a laundry room, or they use it as a laundry room. All the electrical switch, the transfer switch for the generator and all that electrical stuff is in there. And the roof is leaking onto the main breaker. Now this is a 400 amp, 3-phase breaker, and it's a ticking time bomb. I have contacted Mike Cates again for estimate on that. You have it before you. If you want to discuss it, you want to table it, whatever you would like to do. It's, I knew it was going to be expensive, but I was rather floored when I did find out the amount that's estimated. And that amount is $7,480 total.
And what is that going to, Mr. Ted?
That is the EOC electrical entrance service, electric service to the EOC. I don't know where you would get the money for this, whether it come out of the airport, because it is an airport.
But it's just for the gate where you enter the EOC?
Oh, no, sir. This is the electrical service for the EOC total.
The building itself, right,
Yes,
Ted?
that's correct.
I can't see where all that's in your report. Where am I looking at?
Perhaps it's in the one I sent you last night.
It's in item number F, Commissioner.
Yes.
If you kind of go down the first, second paragraph.
Yeah, it's an F. What's in italics, I think is what he's
Yes.
italicized is what he's talking about, because, Ted, I couldn't highlight on the software, so I had to.
Yes, okay.
That's what he's talking about. That's the issue with, all on page 6, to be honest.
So
No,
the
F is the
meter
sewer.
meter base needs to be changed, basically?
It's just the meter base, Ted? What?
Yes, it's the meter base, the 400 amp meter base. It's probably G. No, that's the vault generator, which didn't start. It failed during the storm.
Okay, on page 6,
And
where it says,
it's-
note, during the storm, I discovered that the roof over the EOC electrical service main panel is leaking.
Okay,
Yes.
hold up right there.
Huh?
If the roof's leaking and you put a new panel box in there, you're gonna have the same problem.
Correct.
What good is it gonna do to put a new disconnect box in there, 400 amp box, and it's still gonna leak inside the new box?
Okay, let me try to explain if I may.
But I still hadn't found what we're looking at here, but go ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Ted, I'm listening, I'll keep looking. Because I don't have no pages in this electronic and it's not on that, so. He said it was in what he sent last night. Okay.
Okay, note, during the storm, when the 3-phase commercial power was single phasing and was eventually out completely, the EOC generator failed. That's where I got it going. And then on down, by the way, the generator did run for 8 or 9 hours and shut off automatically, so we were good there, but the Ring Power is going to look at that when they get down here. And then about a little over halfway down, it says, note, during the storm, I discovered that the roof over the EOC electrical service main panel is leaking onto the panel. Again, not good. This has been an ongoing problem over the years. The roof around the stack has been patched numerous times. The electrical service vault equipment is located in the old generator building with a through-the-roof stack. Now, I'll try to explain that. The old system put in there by NOAA, the weather station, is a 3-phase commercial 400 amp service, and they use CT transformers to meter it. Okay, the service from Duke Energy comes in at this stack, and then they have the little boxes with the CT transformers which go around the conductor. it continues down, that stack continues down to the main breaker in the building. Okay, the proposal is to do away with that, put in a conventional three-phase 400 amp service on the outside of the building, go through the wall. Well, the main breaker would be in that meter can also. They go through the wall to the transfer switch in the generator. And then, of course, the roof has to be patched. That's another issue. Because it'll still come into the building, but it won't come into the main breaker like as it is doing now.
Well, he transferred from the middle of the building to the eave of the house. That
Yes, it'll come out down, the stack will be on the outside into the meter base, and the breaker will, main breaker will be in that meter base or beside it or however it'll be configured. And then it'll come through the wall into the transfer switch to the generator.
Well,
Ted, that'll still be in the EOC generator building? and
Yes.
not- Okay, not the actual EOC.
Well, it's the actual EOC, it's part of the complex.
Okay, but it's not their actual building,
Well,
correct?
it's the building beside the main building, which all the electrical feeds through to the main building.
Okay, and is any other electrical actually housed by that building?
I'm sorry?
As far as the electrical that comes into that building and gets fed to the EOC, is there other?
That's the only one to that building. However, you know, as I mentioned, the electrical for the pump, the sewage pump, and the electric gate.
Okay,
That
also
is on a
runs through
separate meter outside, which is not on the generator. And I've asked Mike to run that off of the generator circuit in the main EOC so that they will have power to the gate so that they can get in it if they have a power failure.
Okay.
Because right now, if the power fails, they can't get into the compound.
So, but it
through that
doesn't
gate.
service any hangars, any other airport
any
structure,
airport-
just
airport
the building
functions
that
is what I'm looking
EOC.
for. Does it service any airport?
She's trying to figure out how to
No,
pay for it, Ted. That's
nothing,
basically what.
nothing other than the sewage pump, and that is the one that feeds the gate. However you want to classify the sewage pump.
Okay, now the sewage
it-
pump, we may be able to.
Well, that'd be the best route to go unless they ain't gonna go underground and do it.
Yes, sir. So what's being asked for, Mr. Ted, is to be able to do the emergency repair to this power box, power base, power meter, whatever it's gotta be doing. I think the only thing it would have to be less than 10,000 for us to just do it and not bid
Yes,
it
sir,
out.
understand that.
You know, so, I mean, if it needs to be repaired, I think we need to do it, but, you know.
Well, currently, it's a ticking time bomb. One of these days, it's going to fail, and we're going to have all kinds of problems. Hopefully, the generator will crank and run and feed the EOC.
Attorney Schuler, my question is, since he stated it is an emergency, are we still bound by the $10,000 limit?
I haven't heard that it was more than 10. The estimate I heard was 7,000. So
Yes.
Yeah. Is that for the power law? Are you gonna talk about the roof?
That does not include the roof. That'll be a separate.
But are you gonna talk about it today? Because as Commissioner
That is
Parrish.
really the county's issue.
Well, the point is, Commissioner Parrish was trying to get a point, is that you're gonna change the panel, but the roof is still leaking, so what would be
The
back
roof
to
will
square
have to be
one?
repaired, yes.
That's,
He's saying that now, that he's saying the panel box is gonna be on the outside, not in the same configuration it's
Okay.
in now. So if
Okay.
it's on the outside, you got a weatherproof box.
Box.
Then you
Yes.
ain't gotta worry about
So-
water going down into the main box.
So
So
then
the
we-
roof still needs to be repaired at some point.
yeah.
The
but-
point being is we're also hopefully fixing to build a new EOC.
Yeah.
So you put $7, $10, $12, $15,000 into something that hopefully is not gonna be there that much longer. So I mean, all these things have to be taken into consideration. I ain't heard nothing about the EOC in months.
Yeah.
But I know last time we talked about it, we were up against a deadline, so I don't know where we at with that. I don't know.
Well, if the airport keeps the building, someone's going to have to repair that electrical service somewhere down the road, so.
Right.
And how big is the roof structure, Ted?
Oh, the whole building is probably 12 feet, 24 feet, in that neighborhood.
Okay, so it shouldn't be a expensive repair.
No, I would think that, well, I don't know. I'm not a roofer, per se. Perhaps Mr. Noah can.
Okay, well, if we can get quotes on that as well.
I'm sorry.
We'll need quotes on that as well. Yep.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes.
could directly answer Mr. Morrone's question. There are two different bids, one for the roof, one for the electrical, so there would be two separate $10,000 caps.
Okay.
based on the roof leaking into onto the electrical, that clearly is an emergency, and it sounds like that's being addressed, but it's also already below the $10,000 cap. So it seems to me moving forward with the electrical, and then Mr. Ted talking to some roofers, and if it looks like it's over $10,000, then, come back. But I can't imagine that small of a roof, even in today's hyper-inflated pricing and construction, that it would be more than $10,000 to patch that roof. But
Okay, so do we need two separate motions, though?
do we have a roof estimate for the board to consider?
I don't have one at this point, no, sir.
Okay.
I was really depending on Pam to get a roofer out there to look at that.
So just electrical for today, Ted?
So just be one for the electrical, okay.
If we don't fix the roof and you move the other thing, the building gonna run. You have a hole in it.
Yeah. Yeah, there would be a hole there where the stack is now, that the water is leaking around. Of course, it's a flat roof, and of course, the water just collects on the roof, and then that being down around the stack, it keeps the asphalt that we keep patching it with over the years. It melts in the sun and runs down the stack, and then leaves a hole for the water to run in. Then.
Yes.
Sorry for being slower than the chairman this morning, but I just caught on to what you were saying. The board could authorize Mr. Marone to work with Mr. Mosteller on the roof repair and go ahead and authorize up to $10,000 when he gets that estimate, so you don't have to wait to proceed with the work. So sorry for being a little bit slow this morning.
That's fine. That's what I was asking about, but it's all good. Okay, so pleasure of the board. Do we want to make a motion just to do the emergency electrical repair, or do you want to make a motion and add in to the motion the ability to get a quote and do up to $10,000 for the roof repair also?
You're gonna have to do both of them, because when you move that thing, it's gonna leave a hole in the picture. See what I'm saying?
That can readily be patched real simple, temporarily. We just put a piece of metal over it and some asphalt, it's done. I think it's a 6-inch stack, steel stack. Between 4 and 6 inches anyway, it's big.
If you're gonna temporarily just pull it up and put a piece of plywood across and put a tin across. I don't know.
Pleasure of the board. I don't know either. We have to decide together. That's the fun of this.
Fun, he said. Fun.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to proceed with the emergency repair for the electrical, and then eventually address the roof repair.
Okay, so your motion is solely only for the, I'm trying to start talking in Spanish this morning, only for the emergency roof repair. Golly.
So electrical now, do you want to wait until the next meeting to come back with the roof bids and then you decide then, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay.
No. All right, so I have a motion by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Parrish, working on the electrical system, upgrading it and getting it repaired. Any discussion before we vote?
How wide you say that building is?
12 by 24.
12 by 24.
Oh, that's just a rough guesstimate. I can go measure it. I'll let you know.
You ain't got to measure.
You're gonna get the quotes anyway.
True.
That'll work it out.
3 foot, 300 square feet. Okay.
All right, all in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
That passes unanimous.
You're always a contractor on.
All right. Are any other items on here action items, sir?
Yes, sir. The Ag Pro, the mower is. Did you read all about it so far?
Yes.
The 20-foot bat wing we have is worn out, and it's not mowing very well at all. And as I mentioned here, you can almost see the grass growing out there.
That's item H is what I'm referring to.
Right.
Referring to, right, Ted?
So we're talking about buying a new mower?
Correct.
Okay.
I have already contacted Matt Cobb with Ag Pro, they have the state bid contract. So if they have one in stock, it's just a matter of cutting the purchase order and buying it.
And, Mr. Chairman, the obviously funds are in the budget to do that.
There are.
So moved.
All right, motion to approve. By Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That carries unanimous 4-0, Jess.
Very good. Just for update, Jingoli has commenced clearing their property.
Mr. Chad, hold on just a second.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Are there any more action items in your report?
No.
Okay, proceed.
Okay. Just for your information, Jingoli is working on their lease. I've had another request concerning a private box hangar. I don't have any specifics yet. I did receive some information of a possible aircraft commercial venture on the airport, which I don't know much about yet. I will update you on that when it happens.
Okay.
And that's about it for me. I think Mr. John is next.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
For
Chair.
any other questions that he hasn't already addressed. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. John Collins, AFCON.
Thank you. Good morning. I will say this: it's great to be here in person. I mean, I haven't been here, unfortunately, since COVID. So it's really great to see you guys face to face. Zoom is great, but it does get a little annoying sometimes. So I was just going to provide a brief update on the current airport projects, and then I'm available if you have any other questions about the airport. I'd be happy to discuss those with you. The first project is the Runway 624 lighting rehabilitation project. The existing lighting system was very, very old. The whole thing's getting replaced, brand new cable, brand new conduit, all new LED lighting fixtures. So contractor's about halfway through with his work. So we're anticipating he'll be done by the end of September with all of his work. So there'll be brand new lighting system for 624, which will match the brand new system that was on 1432 about 2 years ago. Next project is the apron rehabilitation project. There's about $1.3 million available to rehabilitate the apron. Now that's only going to be a relatively smaller piece of the apron. The total apron rehab, we're estimating it's around $10 million, but that's going to be obviously a multi-year project with both the FAA and the DOT funding that project just because of the size of it. So it's going well. We did our field assessment about 2 weeks ago. We had a team of 3 where we evaluated every single concrete slab on the apron, identified the distresses and how we're going to propose fixing those. So we're putting together a rehabilitation strategy report right now for your review, and that's going to be used to actually put together bid documents to rehab the apron. The focus is the area in front of the FBO where it's used most. So where the airplanes park in front of the hangar, we're going to do as much of that as possible, repair all that pavement. So it should be in great shape here once the job's done. Fuel farm replacement. That's also going very well. We're planning on having design documents ready by the end of September on the new fuel farm. It's going to go right next to the existing fuel farm. It's going to be all new equipment, new tanks. It's going to meet all the current EPA requirements. So that's going to be, one less thing. Obviously, there's a lot of maintenance items that come up at the airport, and that'll be one less item to worry about because the existing system, if you've seen it, it's quite rusty. The equipment out there is from 20 years ago. So this will take one item off the agenda for future meetings. And the master plan update, we are very close to providing the airport layout plan documents, which is really what you get. You go through this master plan document and you put together an airport layout plan which shows all your future improvements at the airport. So I saw a draft of it yesterday, and so we're planning on providing that here in the next couple weeks to the county for review. So we'll make sure there's plenty of time to review and to comment on it. And we will present that airport layout plan to the airport, get comments and feedback on it before we actually finalize it and submit that to the funding agencies for review. This ALP will actually show a future 8,000-foot runway for runway 1432 for future, if that's the county's desire in the future. We'll show what it would take to get to 8,000 feet to accommodate some kind of cargo operation here at the airport. Obviously, we want to open as many doors as possible for the airport. And of course, as we discussed, the third runway is going to be open long term. There's no plans in the ALP to ever close the runway. So that obviously that was determined several meetings ago. So really that's all the products that are ongoing at the airport. Of course, there's future funding coming up, and we'll worry about that once we get closer to it. We're looking at the possibly replacing the FBO hangar roof with some of the future funding. And so we'll certainly bring those items to your attention once we get closer to having to nail down those plans at the airport.
John, quick
Yes,
question.
sir.
So if and when it becomes reality to actually lengthen, and it's able to be done, lengthen that one runway for any kind of cargo freight.
Right.
We're not talking about anything international. That's a whole different ball field we can't play in. It would also require some thickening of the runway to accommodate the weight, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's a great point. We looked at all the cargo aircraft. They're operated by FedEx, UPS, USPS, and we compared that to the strength of the pavement at the airport. And of the, I think, 12 or 13 different aircraft that are operated by these firms, only one of those 12 were able to be accommodated by the current concrete pavement at the airport. They're just bigger airplanes. I mean, it's just different classification of airplane. So yes, what we need to do is either, we have to strengthen one runway, the taxiway system with it, and then either strengthen the existing apron or construct a new cargo apron on the north area of the airport, just really exclusively for the cargo operations. Obviously, we work with you, figure out what the most cost-effective option would be there, but yes, that would be required.
Right. One other question, going back to some stuff we were talking about earlier. So as we're, and I don't even know if it's possible, but just humor me. So as we are looking at trying to do something about the drainage issues at the airport, you referred to swales. Is there a way for us to look at doing some kind of drainage pond system or somewhere for water? Can you do that in an airport, or they really won't let you do
Absolutely, yes you can. The FAA though, yes, stormwater ponds are typical for any kind of development. Runways, taxiways, you need to have a stormwater treatment system before it gets discharged off the airport property. The FAA requires, though, that you make these dry ponds, which at the airport here is a little bit challenging because the water table is so high.
Yes.
The newest pond that was constructed for the hangar development back in 2012-ish, that was a wet pond just because the water table is so high, you really didn't have any other options. But there's certain design methods for a wet pond the FAA requires that we follow. But yes, stormwater ponds are typical on airports.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to get us in an area we don't need to be. I just want us to be thorough and make sure we're doing the best we can when we address this stormwater owners in a mess.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Where you from, Mr. Jones?
I'm from Niceville.
Niceville.
Niceville, right next to Destin, Fort Walton Beach area.
Let me ask you something. This company y'all work for, y'all know any company that we can get set up packaging bolts and nuts and ship them out?
Do I know of any companies, as in like a manufacturing company, or
we don't want the whole big yard.
Right.
We ain't ready for that.
Right.
But a lot of time they put things together.
Right.
Now them bolts and nuts got to be in a package.
Right.
And they got to be shipped to, because sometimes they come separate. I've seen it done that way. Y'all know any way, anybody we can contact to get some of that little bit of job, to put some job for people?
That's a great question. Obviously, development at the airport is going to be on the county's highest priorities over the next several years. We don't typically deal with that type of, economic development. Talking to companies who are needing to relocate. Typically, what happens is companies will contact the nearby, ED Economic Development Council or the county and say, "Hey, look, we're looking to relocate." Just a couple of years ago, there was a firm from up north that we came and met with. I was here. Mr. Pierce was here, and we met with his firm. They were looking at relocating possibly to the airport, some pretty significant operations. And so, we did the best we could to explain, here's what we have to offer, here's, everything to them. I believe ultimately they decided against it, but,
I ain't looking for I know we don't qualify for the big slice of the pie.
Right.
But there's some little slices. You keep on putting them little slices together, you'll have your big slice.
Exactly. We will definitely let you know if those types of if we become aware of those kinds of opportunities. We did just several years ago as part of the Access Road project. There's a 6-acre parcel that we cleared. Is right at the prime development area of the airport. It's 6 acres that's ready for somebody who wants to relocate to the airport. If they want a manufacturing facility or some type of aviation related development. There is room ready for them. Got access road right there, drainage set up for them, so it'll be easy process. But to answer your question, no, I'm not aware of any specific companies who are looking to relocate at this time.
I know you Well, the reason I asked, because you know, around here, and
Mm-hmm.
you will get more information
Right.
with the type of work you do.
Right. Yes, sir.
That's why I asked.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else have questions for Mr. John?
A couple of things, to Commissioner Lockie, to go a step further, what the question you're asking. So Commissioner Ward sits on Opportunity Florida board, and a lot of opportunities come through there. You're gonna see later on in my report about that drone overhead shot that they wanna do, so that we could put a link there, and they'll have a link to it. And basically, if a company comes in, we can then use that overhead shot and say, this is what we have, here's those 6 acres, and it makes it a lot easier. And a lot of opportunities come through Opportunity Florida through Commissioner Ward. So yes, so she met with them, and you know, we're gonna talk about that a little later. So that might help, you know, with that overhead shot. And I think I should have sent you guys some examples of what it's done. Now, let me move on to Commissioner Parrish's discussion about the EOC. So, you know, I hate to bring it back full circle, but the problem we're having with the EOC is a state issue, because they have to tell us where we can put it based on the storm surge category that we are in. And John, I hate for you to have to be a yo-yo to get back up, but my question was, last meeting or the meeting before, I can't remember, can we do, basically get someone to appraise all the property that we could use on the airport, you know, on improve airport function, non-airport function. Can we do that? And then we would know exactly. The problem Aaron and I have is that, you know, Pam really still wants to stay in the airport. There's a number of people that want her to stay in the airport for different reasons. The point is, we need to know what exactly we're gonna have to pay to keep her at the airport. That's the problem, Commissioner. We don't know. Until we get the property appraised, we won't know. What I don't want is every time somebody approaches us about using the airport, we have to go do another appraisal and another one. I would prefer that we do one blanket one if possible. That appraiser tells us, you know, if you want to use an empty lot, this is what it's going to cost. If you provide them a hangar, this is what it's going to cost. If it's going to be for airport use, this is what it's going to cost. Non-airport use, this is what it's going to cost.
It'll be a fair market rental rate.
Yes,
that
basically.
we can assess everyone.
John even said, you know, what we need to think about, is there any way we could convince the state and the federal government, FDOT and FAA, that having Pam on the airport provide some kind of service to the airport? Maybe that would get us some kind of waiver or not. But again, we're right back to what I was asking the board to consider. You guys wanted to wait till John was here, and he's here now. Can we go down that path? Can I go and say, John, okay, double check with FAA, FDOT, are we good with that, so we can get this appraisal done, so then we know. We have that information, commissioners, and then we can make decisions based on that information.
So what are you asking?
I'm asking if you guys are good with doing basically, and if FAA, FDOT says they don't mind getting an appraisal done of all the property that we can actually use at the airport, we can rent, that we can lease. So I have that number.
Well, I'm fine with that, but that's not going to alleviate the need to put something 10, 12, 14 feet up in the air.
Well, that's a different problem we're having with the state.
Right.
You know, the reason we haven't brought anything back to you is because we had to go to the state and say, okay, tell us where, because they're looking for a Cat 4, if I'm not mistaken, it's a Cat 4, and I wish Pam was still on, Cat 4 storm surge zone. So that determines how high we have to build it. So on the airport itself, not in the area we're talking about, Airport Road, no, on the airport itself, how high do we have to build it there? And then I could talk to the engineer and say, okay, this is what they're saying. Can you do this? And it functions, basically.
Well, Michael, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
As I said earlier, the airport is higher than most surrounding lands around that airport. It's elevated more. And there are certain areas in the airport it's 12 feet above sea level. There are other areas that is considered airport property that's 8 feet above sea level. So to go and appraise all these different parcels in there, Michael, I would rather look at the original place we were going to put this, which is based on that elevation.
That's right.
Which means the building don't have to be so high, because your your grade is so high.
Yes.
So you may have to be 3 feet off the ground. If you build in a swamp, it's gonna have to be 12 feet off the ground. Then you gotta climb stairs or provide handicap access and all this other stuff, which you're gonna have to do anyway, but building a big, so where do we wanna put it? Where was the original place where we're gonna put it on airport property? Have that particular parcel appraised.
Okay.
And see what we have to pay. Now, when you're talking about putting hangars, a lot of this has to do with, is it airport related or not? If it's airport related, then you get around a lot of this stuff. An EOC is not airport related, but it is advantageous to have it there because that's where all your, like Hurricane Michael, when they flew in a bunch of generators or they flew in all these pallets of water, they come into the airport. Also, that's where Duke Energy has a contract with us that stages all the trucks and stuff. So if we have a bad storm here and we need their assistance, they're right there. They'll also be right there at the EOC so they can communicate back and forth. That's some of the advantages of having the EOC around that airport, which we found out during Hurricane Michael. I too kind of like the idea of putting the EOC where we originally planned to put it. But what is that going to cost us?
That's what we need to know.
Well, I don't know. I don't know why it costs us anything, but the rules are the rules. You know, there's been some mention, well, we just pay the airport what we need to pay them, and then we go in and sweep it back out the trust fund. Now, I don't want to do stuff like that, but I don't want to sit here and pay $30,000 a year to put the EOC on a piece of property either, when it's so advantageous not only to the community, all of the community, all the county, but also it's advantageous to the people at the airport. You know, so is there a way of, as you stated earlier, of finding a way that the EOC, we can prove that it's advantageous for it to be there? It is advantageous for it as far as the services that the EOC provides us along with the airport. And quite frankly, it's one of the higher pieces of property that the county has control over. Again, not having to build this building 15 feet off the ground like the houses on the island, but being able to build it lower so that people have better access to it. So, you know, that's the position that I would like to look at. I don't want to go through an appraisal process for all the airport property. That'd be quite expensive, and quite frankly, a lot of it will never be utilized. And that's my opinion.
Okay, and just to be clear, I wasn't referring to all. I meant any property we could use, but I hear you, Commissioner, and I'm fine. You know, we need to know how much
honestly,
it'll cost us
footage price
to
would
put
be
the
great.
EOC. Yeah, that's basically what we need to know.
We always can put it on the hill.
Plenty of places we can do it.
It's high.
You got a point there, sir.
Real high.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, I'd address a couple of those issues right quick. There is a study exist. I have it, and I will study it, check it out, and see if it applies to what we're talking about. Now, it is obsolete in about 12, 15 years. I don't remember the exact date on it. The other issue is the bringing in manufacturing or a venture. That's what I mentioned here at the last of my report. I am not at liberty to tell you everything I know about it, but it looks promising. So I will find out more about it and get back to you as soon as I can.
Okay, thank you.
And it will employ some people.
So the only thing I will say, going on what Commissioner Parrish is saying, if we want to look at the airport, let's look at it. But if any reason it's not going to work, let's put that baby to bed and find out where we put this EOC. We can't continue to talk about building an EOC when we know we're finally getting some funds from the government, to the state, to help us do that, or federal government to help us do that, and we can't decide where to put it.
Yeah, I want to be
So it's not just, there are other issues at the airport. I wish they weren't there, but they are there. So, you know, if we want to decide that and look at that, if it's going to work, fine. If it's not going to work, fine. Let's move on.
So
let's not continue to stay here.
With that said, Mr. Chairman, so basically, I guess what I'm asking the board is for a motion. What I would prefer is that you guys do a motion that would allow me concurrently, one, to get an appraisal done of the area where we want to put it, and two, ask John to check with FDOT, FAA, and see, can we get a waiver? I know if they say yes, the appraisal is kind of a waste of money, but time is against us now. So, you know, board's discretion, but if you rather me wait until John gets an answer, then get the appraisal, I'll do as you direct.
In which the appraisal will not actually be a waste of money, because we also have other buildings that we could then base that upon. You know,
Okay.
If somebody was interested in, site lease,
That,
rental rates.
that would
be
work,
good.
John? So if we get an appraisal for the area we want to
It
put the
should be
EOC,
relatively stable.
can we use that and say, FAA, we're gonna charge Mr. Smith for putting something here, which is,
It would be useful. I think if it's a similar use in in generally the same area, really have aviation and non-aviation development, and
Yeah.
I think that should work fine.
okay.
Yeah, you can develop two rates, aviation and non.
Yes.
Yeah.
Attorney Schuler, I know you're kind of familiar more than I am with appraisals. How you feel about that?
I was actually just sending you a text message was what I was thinking.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you since you asked. You're talking a commercial. Does someone just scream?
dog.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Probably a little yappy dog.
Commissioner Bull, is that you?
In
Yes,
any
that's
event,
me.
why don't you just,
Background.
it's basically a commercial rental value that you're talking about, non-aviation. Why don't you just talk to some realtors about the square footage of commercial rentals in downtown Appalachia? Fairly comparable. I mean, unless the FAA's got some, 15-page regulation that says you have to comply with certain.
They do. But no, I think what we should
Why
do.
did I
No,
know
they
that
had.
was coming?
It's
Really?
they have a circular on determining fair market value on airports, and it's longer than it needs to be, for sure. But
I'm shocked.
what I would recommend is let's hop on the phone. Let's get me and you and Stefan with the FAA on the phone. Let's just talk about this.
Okay.
Say, look, we got this EOC. There's a benefit to having this on the airport. We know it's not aviation related, but do we have to go through the same process? Does the county has to receive fair market value for use of this property for the EOC? We'll just get that answer.
So can we do that, and maybe you guys still give me the authority that if the conversation does not allow us to go Attorney Schuler's way, and they say, no, our 11-page circular says we need I think that I could go ahead and do.
That's the same reason we haven't seen any of the oil spill money in 11 years?
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yes. So can I go ahead and do the appraisal based on the conversation that John and I have with FDOT? Commissioner?
Pleasure of the board.
So move.
Have a motion by Commissioner Parrish,
Second.
second by both. Any discussion before we vote?
Okay.
By both, I meant Commissioner Ward and Commissioner Lockley. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimous, yes.
Commissioners, can we take care of the airport manager while we have Ted, John, Aaron here right now, from her report? Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
All right, Mr. Chairman, Aaron, your mic. It's forward. You're good.
Okay. This is going to be item number A from my report. At the June 1st, 2021 meeting, upon news of the resignation of Jason Puckett, the BOCC appointed Mr. Ted Mosteller as the interim airport manager through September 30th to give the advisory committee time to develop an accurate job description for the contract position. The proposed job description is attached. The amount available for a contractual agreement for airport manager services will be $30,000. And as this will be for professional services, the advertisement will be a request for qualifications. Once proposals are submitted by interested parties and opened at a public meeting, the board will then release the proposals to a review committee, which will rank the proposers based upon qualifications. Upon confirmation by the BOCC, staff will then proceed with negotiations with the highest ranked proposer. And in the attached job description, I just want to read just a couple of paragraphs to you all, and you already have the entire 2-page document. But the airport manager is responsible for day-to-day administration, operation oversight, safety, maintenance, public relations, reporting, security, emergency disaster preparedness, project coordination, and other duties. The airport manager serves subject to the authority of the Franklin County Board of County Commissioners and is responsible for ensuring that all FAA and Florida Department of Transportation regulations and sponsor assurances/certifications are maintained and followed and remain in good standing. The airport manager is the primary airport contact for FDOT, FAA, and Franklin County. The airport manager oversees public events and programs held at the airport. The airport manager will be required to attend public meetings to maintain good community relations and address concerns of residents and airport users. Membership and attendance at certain civic or business association meetings is encouraged. The airport manager will be required to respond to emergencies and weather events affecting KAAF, which is the airport's code. We did make a geographic location requirement in there. Applicants should be based within 100 miles of the Apalachicola Regional Airport, able to maintain a presence at the airport, and be involved in the local community. And we are asking for board action to approve the attached job description and authorize staff to proceed with advertising the request for qualifications.
What do you mean by, what do you mean by is this a 40-hour job?
It's actually up for negotiation, Mr. Noah, with it being an RFQ. That's actually something that we can kind of nail down when we actually get the applicants or those that were actually interested in the position. Our thoughts were maybe, 1 day per week on site with your review committee, and that was myself, Mr. Ted Mosteller, and Andrew Hartman. And then they would also need to actually be on site should emergencies occur or, on an as-needed basis, and to attend meetings, with the board.
Well, the
Mr. Chairman.
The reason I asked you, because the previous one, I meant, hey, let's get real. The previous one, wasn't that the same thing he had?
He did have a contract with the county, but I don't believe there was any sort of requirements for him to actually be on site.
Well, they need to be on site more than, cause what I've been seeing since Mr. Marcelo took over, at the meeting, it was a lot of things wasn't done.
Yep.
It was a lot of, all you got to do is look back at the minutes and see what all this man, he bringing up a lot of stuff. This need done, that need done. Wasn't that was the other man's job? He wasn't doing too good a job. I mean, he wasn't doing nothing really good. From what I see, this man bring a list in along with this billing every week, and that should have been took. Some of that stuff supposed to have been took care of. We don't need nobody that's gonna, have that same situation going on.
And
we need somebody who's gonna take care of business.
it's also, it was 18,000, now it's 30, correct?
Correct.
Pay going up, and I mean, just look at what he been bringing in for the last 2 or 3 meetings. I mean, and these are, he said they wasn't need to be done later. They was behind on what should have been done and wasn't done. That's all I can say.
Commissioner Bolt, do you have something, Commissioner Bolt?
Yes, sir. I 100% agree with Commissioner Lockley. I believe that this airport manager needs to be part of the community and engrossed right there at that airport at all times. You can see when you have a man there on site, like Ted has been, how many things are found that were not when somebody's arm's length. So I want that airport manager there.
It don't make no sense.
So,
that man got paid that money and didn't tell us.
Were you able to hear me?
yes, it's breaking in and out, but we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Now, Commissioners, we did actually include that 100-mile limitation because we did not want the same situation with what happened with Mr. Puckett, where he was actually based out of Tennessee and was pretty far removed from the airport. With the 100-mile radius, that actually encompasses Panama City and Tallahassee. Someone's actually able to easily respond. Most like, if you're wanting someone full-time, that would be more of like an employee type relationship for someone to require someone to be there 5 days a week, set hours. Now with a contractual services, it may just be 1 day per week, and then, you're on-call basis. So it's really at the discretion of the board, but $30,000 a year is what we have to work with. So that's pretty much where we are.
I don't care where they from, as long as they do their job. That man wasn't doing his job. I mean, he wasn't in there to see a roof leaking. Electric, what the man talking about? And that stuff, he was putting the county in bad shape, because that electrical problem could have killed somebody, and still can, till you get it fixed.
Yep.
So, you know, that's serious. Some of that stuff he would let go was serious.
Mr. Chairman, my only concern with this, it all looks good, but the experience of the requirement to be a current pilot, is that something that has to be, does he have to be a pilot to know how to run an airport? That's just my only concern, and, you know, it may limit the amount of people, you know, with that. Somebody may have that experience, but they may not be a certified pilot, and that might X them out of the whole, and they may be a good applicant, but that one little piece of requirement may take them out of the game altogether, and I don't want that to happen.
So you want to change that to a preference, is what it sounds like, and let the committee decide, you know, is what it sounds like. Okay.
I mean, I know this was,
Yeah, we ain't got no plane for him to fly.
well, I'm just saying, like, you know, obviously, I'm not saying that, obviously, pilots shouldn't have a handle, even if that's fine, but I don't want that to be the only thing to determine whether or not we have a good applicant, and we have to say no to that applicant because of the fact that they do not have a certified pilot's or a current pilot and active license to fly a plane. I don't think that's gonna, I mean, me personally, I wouldn't think that would be a detriment to being able to how to run an airport. It's all about communication skills, knowing what needs to happen. I mean, Mr. Mossel, are you a certified pilot?
I am.
Okay.
However, it's not required.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Well,
Thank you.
To your point though, Commissioner Ward, I've never been a certified mechanic, but I've been selling parts for 20 years.
So you're experienced.
I'm
You know what,
experienced, but
you know what it
I've never,
entails.
you don't want me to mechanic on anything. You want to call my brother for that. I'll just go ahead and put that out there, but, you know, but I've done it for 2 decades.
And that's my point, you know, I don't think that you have to have someone that knows how to fly a plane. They doesn't necessarily they don't know how to run an airport. I think that they probably do, they just never really gotten their pilot's license. So, I mean, that's just my concern about this job description and requirements and
Mr.
responsibilities and
Chairman,
duties.
Yes, go ahead.
also in that same sentence, it says, let me get back to where I'm at here. It says you must be, using the airport facilities. Current pilot and active user of airport facilities. Well, if you're not a pilot, you're not flying a plane, why would you have activities at the airport? What would you be doing?
This actually came from another job description. We actually merged from one that was for up around New York State. So a lot of these things are, you know, up for whatever input you all want to put in
Right.
here. I mean, as far as familiarity, I guess with the airport operations would be helpful, as far as, you know, the runways and.
Knowledge of airport operation?
Yeah, and you know, I'll say this, what you don't want, what we're trying to avoid is the opposite, where we get criticized. You guys made our airport manager, and he's not a pilot, he doesn't know anything about, because it's 2 sides of the coin, you know, you got those out there that will criticize you for not having a pilot, somebody experienced managing the airport. And when it comes to the days, Commissioner Lockley, would you be okay with us increasing it to 2 days, 2 days a week, 3 days a week, until the board decides that he has it flowing, that he doesn't need to be here 3 days a week with that, you know, that onset, you know, for the first year, you know?
Part of the negotiations portion is gonna be the attendant.
Okay, so attendance could be the negotiation thing too. Is that okay for you guys? Or we go from there?
Do what now?
Making attendance part of the negotiation.
Yes.
Wow.
So basically, in the beginning, like Commissioner Lockley is saying, there's still a lot of things that needs to be fixed, which is obvious, like what Mr. Mosteller has basically proven. But as time goes on, they get fixed and they get repaired, and then it becomes a more, you know, nice flowing operation. And then presence isn't required every single day. And that, Commissioner Bolt, that was your concern also. Are you good with that? That we use
Yes,
that
sir.
as a negotiation tool?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so.
Well, let me, Mr. Chairman, how much it says education degree in a field related to aviation management, aviation science, or business, or have 5 years of equivalent experience. So you're kind of spelling out that anybody just out there in the public can't have this job.
Yes.
You gotta have all these years of experience, or you gotta have a degree in this or that. So, basically doing away with the pilot and the, current use of airport, really isn't active use of airport facilities, I guess really isn't a prerequisite of
Okay.
that needs to be there, because you've got it outlined in the education part of it if you don't have that kind of experience, then you don't even gonna apply for this job.
Well, it says our business, it doesn't say and our business, it says our business, is the way I read it. So it's saying if they have a business degree.
Or 5 years of
Right.
equivalent
Yeah.
experience.
Right.
Which
Which
relates
is
to
what
what
you were
Commissioner
talking
Ward
about,
is
being
talking about.
Yes.
selling
Yes.
parts, but you're not
Yeah.
a certified mechanic.
Right.
So you can have either or.
Yep.
Right.
Well, I don't,
As far as the time, I got the floor, as far as the time specification, that could be a winner or a loser for any particular applicant. But if you say, well, you know, if you want to, you can be here 1 day a week, or we demand you be here 5 days a week. Well, if you allow them the option to be here 1 day a week, that's what they gonna be here, 1 day a week. I mean, you got to specify what you expect, but then when you pay them $30,000 a year, and they got all this experience that we're requiring, are they gonna wanna be here 5 days a week?
Yeah, that's.
And are they gonna be here during the storm, because it says they gotta respond to emergencies and everything else? How do you justify and quantify all that? I don't know.
That's what we'll negotiate.
That's why we put y'all over. To do all the negotiation and form the committee to try to figure this stuff out for us, as to what's pertinent and what ain't.
So are we able to move forward with any kind of approval of the job description so that staff can proceed with advertising this RFQ?
Yep.
Based on what we're saying here, that's what we need to,
That's what we need.
that's what we're trying to nail down. I'm
well,
just,
see, can I say something?
yes, sir.
I don't see where you got to have they got to have a college degree, is that what they think?
Or 5 years experience.
Or 5 years experience. Because Commissioner Lockley, if I may, so what you want, if they don't have the experience in the real world, like the example that the chairman used, then you want them to have some kind of business degree or something that they could be a good administrator, basically is what you.
You got people, Army, Air Force, Navy, they work in aviation.
And they got the experience.
They got the experience.
Yeah, so.
And they don't need all that.
No. So that's what.
It's good for them to have both of them.
Yeah, that's where the or comes in. So it's not an and, we're not saying you have to have both commissioners, either or. Either
Right.
one will work for us.
Right.
Then you got people who just work around the airfield.
Yep.
I don't know, but you ain't gonna get no good one for no $30,000.
Well,
Not
I'll tell you what,
for what all you asking for.
well,
Well, I mean, if I had all that, ain't no way I'd work $30,000. I wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, it's
no, well, I guess what I'm saying, sir, let's run the ad, see what we get, and then we go from there. If we're
Yeah,
not,
because you might not have anybody respond.
if we're not satisfied with the pool, and then we make changes at that time.
And again, everything's negotiable. I mean, anytime you hire somebody, they negotiate their contract, they negotiate their income, they negotiate their responsibilities. So I'm gonna make a motion to go ahead and proceed with the proposal and the advertisement and see where we go from there
With the changes the board mentioned today.
with the changes, yes.
Okay.
To the job description.
To the job description.
Okay.
Good?
So we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Parrish. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimous. All right.
Aye.
All right, before we go to Miss Deborah, I think we need to take another 5-minute break. Sorry,
Okay.
Sister.
We would like to welcome you to Florida's Forgotten Coast. We hope you enjoy your stay here in Franklin County. We'd like to take this opportunity to remind you of some of our safety guidelines for our beautiful beaches.
Here on the Forgotten Coast, we love pets. Please observe our leash laws on the beaches and on other public places.
When visiting Franklin County beaches, please be aware of the beach flags and conditions. You can download the Forgotten Coast mobile app for the most recent conditions.
It is very important to us here in Franklin County that we make all our beaches accessible to everyone. We have placed mobile masts at different assets throughout the county. We plan to add more the coming year.
Franklin County has some of the most beautiful beaches in Florida. Let's keep it that way. Remember, remove all your trash before you leave and leave only footprints.
We welcome you to enjoy our beaches. But at the end of the day, please remember to remove all your beach gear before 9 p.m. Remember, May through October, we have other visitors here, the sea turtles. So we need to keep our lights off at night on the beaches as well.
Your safety is important to us, so please remember when visiting our beautiful beaches, you're swimming at your own risk as we do not have lifeguards on duty.
We hope you enjoy your stay here, but please remember, no glass bottles on our beaches.
When visiting our area, please park in designated parking places only. Don't park in the county right-of-way or on private property without permission.
Go to floridasforgottencoast.com/beach safety for a complete list of county and beach ordinances and safety rules.
Thank you.
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 Thank you for visiting Florida's Forgotten Coast. Help us keep our beaches as beautiful as they are today for future visitors and residents.
Discuss congestive heart failure and cardiovascular disease. We also manage heart disease. After you see your cardiologist and are diagnosed with heart failure, either previously known as systolic heart failure or diastolic heart failure, or heart failure with reduced ejection fraction or heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, we can optimize you from a volume perspective or dial in your weights, make sure you're breathing comfortably, and address some of your symptoms. We work closely with specialists and hopefully prevent you from having to make long trips to see your specialists unless it's absolutely warranted.
Hi, I'm Kara Landis. I'm a professional realtor in love with St. George Island. When my husband and I and our dogs moved here in 2002, it was the beginning of an adventure that has never grown old in a community that is amazing. If you're thinking about moving to St. George Island or investing in our world-class real estate, then this community will be as important to you as the sand and surf.
Well, Kara to me is much more than an agent. She's become a friend, and since we bought the house, we've needed work done, and she knows everybody there is that can help us with that.
One of the key elements for the historical growth and value of St. George Island real estate is the fact that it's a great place to vacation and to live. The beauty of the Gulf of Mexico with its white sand beaches and blue sky has always been a magnet for me. It was love at first sight. As your realtor, I can help educate you on the various aspects of buying and owning coastal properties. From taxes to coastal setback lines to where to find the best oysters, it's all part of being your realtor.
Too often our friends tell us of it being a hardship to buy a house and the the agent was gone as soon as the closing. We had quite the opposite experience with Kara.
If you're looking to buy or sell real estate on St. George Island, I'd love to work with you. Please call or text me at 850-653-7753.
Chairman.
All right. Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. Up next would be Ms. Deborah Belcher, CDBG Administrator.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So last fall, the county had the opportunity to apply for a community development block grant, disaster recovery grant from Hurricane Michael. And the only thing that we came up with at that time was the dune restoration project for St. George Island, because it under the infrastructure category, I'm sorry. And I don't know if you want to reapply under round 2 or not. We were not funded, and I told the board then that it probably wouldn't be a very competitive project because the county overall is not considered a majority low to moderate income local government. And this would be a countywide benefit for, you know, St. George Island dunes, the whole economic benefit is what we're looking at there. So I guess I just need direction from the board. The applications are due September 17th. I believe you might be applying for something else for the hospital. You're allowed to do more than one application. You know, it doesn't matter to me whether you apply or not. Happy to do the application if you'd like me to. If you don't want to, that's your choice.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
As you mentioned, Ms. Belcher, about us, we've looked at doing some stuff at the hospital, and I think there's no need to pursue with this application, to resubmit this application. As you said, it wasn't funded in the first round, and we've decided to go in a different direction. So I'm gonna make a motion that we do not pursue the application. But I do see on here where you're looking to retire.
Yes, sir.
Well, I want to be the first one to congratulate you on that, on your semi-retirement, and we do appreciate everything you've done for Franklin County and the people of Franklin County, helping us out with the East Point Fire and other things, and you've done us a really good job, and we appreciate it, or I do, for sure.
Well, it's been my pleasure to serve the county for decades now, and I have a few other little things I'm working on, or will be working on, your EEOP update and grants manual update, but no actual grant applications at this time.
Can I ask a question?
You can.
You said,
Your mic's not on, sir.
you said lower, when you get low and moderate income, you can apply for grants that way?
Are you asking about, well, the Community Development Block Grant Program is one that is geared toward projects that benefit, like, for example, a project area, a service area, the clientele. At least 51% of those individuals would be in the low to moderate income range. In Franklin County, according to the numbers that we have to use from HUD, is not that high on the low to moderate income range. And I looked at possibly counting a different service area for the St. George Island project, and I could not come up with anything that made any sense that would get higher low to moderate income numbers.
I know St. George Island is not going to qualify for
Right.
that, but what I'm saying is, do roads qualify for that? Ditches
For the disaster recovery or what?
on the one you're talking about, the block?
Well, the CDBG disaster recovery for Hurricane Michael is for things that were impacted by the hurricane that are still not repaired or replaced or whatever needs to be done.
Well, what about them roads, like roads and ditches? Like
Well,
Buck
we talked
Street and
about
all
that and did not determine that there were any that were not being addressed through FEMA.
Well, they were messed up during the storm, so that won't make them qualify. I mean, they done some damage to them during the storm.
So Deborah, if I may, Commissioner, I think the thing is, if she could only work on a road or ditch, I don't know about ditches, if we didn't file it through FEMA, and I think she worked with Pam, and I guess they reviewed everything, and everything that was damaged, we actually filed through FEMA. So we would have to find, and Deborah, jump in and correct me when I go wrong, as I do sometimes, I guess they would have to find a road that we didn't file with FEMA, that we can prove was destroyed by Hurricane Michael, that still hasn't been addressed, that's in a low to moderate neighborhood. I think that's the list we would have to go through. Correct, Deborah?
Right. And also there is a separate category of Hurricane Michael CDBG that is for FEMA matching.
Oh.
So I believe you're applying for that money separately.
I think that's a Pam question, Aaron?
Department of Economic Opportunity, I know they've already provided us with a Hurricane Michael relief grant, so.
Yeah, that's.
At this point, we don't,
We might not be able to apply for match because we got a match from another state agency.
Yeah, but I was just thinking, some of these bad roads, and over there in the East Point, what's the name of that road? That Buck Road and all that?
Buck, Mr.
Private.
Mr. Chairman, Buck Street is a private road, so we can't do anything with that.
Buck Street. But they got some over there that's in that area, it's not private. And they should qualify with the people staying there, plus if they would fixed it and the hurricane messed them up, I don't see why they don't qualify. They would drive before the hurricane.
The roads would have to be public roads for the county to apply.
There's some in that area that's public.
You're saying they have to be paved and then tore up and in order to qualify, Ms. Belcher?
No, well, not in theory, but it would need to be a public road.
Well, being public is not a problem. The problem is, how do you prove the status of the road before Hurricane Michael? Or do you have to prove that?
They want you to be able to prove damage. I mean, in theory, you could apply. Where is it what you're talking about?
Mostly in East, there's a couple of roads in East Point that I think, and I don't know, we're talking in the chairman's district or Commissioner Ward.
I'm not sure of any, I'll be honest, I mean, I know Buck Road, I've been on that, but that's private, so. Any of the other roads, I looked through them throughout my district when we were offered Roberts and Roberts to come repave, and I couldn't really see any roads in the East Point area, to be resurfaced or repaved, except for the ones I've already requested to be done. But they weren't damaged with Hurricane Michael.
There are other roads over there, but most of them, like Patty Lane and Bear Run Road, they're both private drives. They're not public roads. And it'd be good to be able to do something for them, but you know.
Now, could
it's not
this be
county
used?
property.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I
You're
didn't
good.
interrupt. Could something like this be used for some of the dilapidated buildings along the East Point waterfront that could potentially? I guess we're getting into the ownership thing of people privately owning that property or the derelict buildings, but I mean, that's something that, if anything at all, maybe could be used for that, but I don't know how that talks about benefiting low or moderate income people.
That was the hometown revitalization. We discussed that and the board declined to apply for the hometown project. I don't think DEO was looking at doing a lot of demolition without something else being done. And then you had to get the, the consent of the owners, that kind of thing. So that category is not open for applications.
So we do have a motion on the floor. Commissioner Parrish, your motion was not to apply in this round of funding, correct?
For this particular project, because we were going with something with the hospital.
Right. I'm just making sure it's a little bit removed. Okay, so we do have that motion on the floor.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we do have a second. So the motion by Commissioner Parrish, second by Commissioner Ward, not to apply for this particular round of funding because nothing has changed with income level in the previous project we submitted with dune restoration on St. George Island. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That carries unanimous. Ms. Deborah, it looks like we're gonna have to pass on this one because nothing's changed with income level of the residents of St. George Island. If anything, it's probably went the other way. I still contend, and I'll find somebody at the state level that'll eventually listen to me, that the whole way they configure low to moderate income in Franklin County is completely skewed. There's nowhere we're still on the top 10 list of counties in the United States of America with disparate incomes, where the top 1% makes above 1.7 million a year. The other 99% averages 25,000, and we don't have more low to moderate income consideration when we're applying for things like this grant. Again, that's not something you decide, but that's something I feel like needs to be publicly stated, and I'm going to continue to tell that wherever I go, because I think it needs to be changed.
Good point, Mr. Chairman.
It is, because you got a lot lot of people on fixed income.
Yes.
That they on Social Security and retirement. And they not counting them people.
No. But anyway, but Ms. Deborah, I want to reiterate before you go what Commissioner Parrish said earlier. I know nothing about the East Point wildfire relief that this board had you help us undertake was easy. It wasn't always a smooth road, and it definitely took longer than all of us were comfortable with. I wasn't here for some of the other things that you may have done on behalf of the residents of Franklin County or this board in years previous, but you know, I'm glad to see that we were able to wrap up that process and help everyone we could help. So thank you, Ms. Deborah, for that.
You're welcome.
Enjoy your retirement, because I'm going to join you. I'm going to join you in a few more years.
Thank you, Ms. Deborah.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very proud of you.
Okay.
And Deb, before you move on, Deborah, I wanted to thank you on behalf of the staff and, you know, Mark, all of us, because you've always been there. We can call you about some of the craziest questions, and you try your best to answer us, you know, in some sane way. You did a good job. I got one question. Is this an Alan Pierce style retirement, or is it a true semi-retirement?
Yeah, I see an
Well,
open door.
I
there.
don't want to twiddle my thumbs. I want to play with my grandchildren a little more, but you know, some work that doesn't take too much of my time is, you know, sounds appealing.
Alan Pierce style retirement it is. Okay, cool.
We'll keep you in mind.
Thank you, Ms. Deborah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, so it is 12, but I would like to go ahead and go through this planning and zoning stuff. Does the rest of the board want to do that and have the bid opening and all the stuff, and then come back after lunch to do the reports, if y'all want to go all the way through?
I'm good with going all the way through, Commissioner.
Okay.
Or Chairman, I don't know about the rest.
How do you feel about it?
I'm good.
All right. So maybe it's been my fault we moved a little bit slower, so let's speed this thing up. Go ahead, Courtney. We're up with the planning and zoning adjustment report.
All right, can y'all see me?
Yep, barely, but we
Barely
can
hear you though.
Okay, good.
There we go.
Share screen. All right, first up we have.
You got to put it back on the other screen. We're seeing the screen
somebody
with the
swimming
scuba
in the
diver. There you go. Okay.
Okay, so first, we've got two variance requests for public hearing. The first one, I'm sorry, we have two variance requests. The first one is for 355 Bruce Street, and that's for the Blackburns. It's consideration of a request for a variance to construct a house with a footprint of 1458 square feet, 18 feet into the critical habitat zone setback, and 3 feet into the front setback. Property is described as 355 Bruce Street in St. George Island, submitted by Billy Blackburn, applicant. The board recommended denial of request.
I want to ask a question.
Okay.
Just because I'm going by what I'm looking at here. I'm sorry, I do know correct English, I just don't use them all the time. Are the pictures we're looking at a true representation of how this property looks? I'm referencing specifically the first one we got. It's in page, hold on, counting the number of pages, 1, 2, 3. Page 7 in the packet that we were given. It appears like, and this is why I'm asking, it appears like there's a whole lot more county-owned land there than there actually is. I could be wrong, but it definitely, when I was out looking at the property, it didn't reflect what I'm looking at on this screen. And I realize this is from our property appraisers website, but do we have any idea how many feet we have from the edge of that roadway to the water where the county owns that property?
We don't.
Okay, because here's the issue that I've seen entertained over the years. Mr. Blackburn and his wife been trying to build a house here for the whole time I've been a commissioner. So the two properties before he bought it, the property owner and the property owner going back to the west on the other side of the county property that's in between, both built seawalls. County never constructed such a seawall. So some of this, in my mind, is not a hardship of their own doing. The county's allowed this
Yes.
property to erode over time.
Okay, so the conversation during the meeting was about exactly the same. The issue that they didn't have an issue with granting them hardship because of the erosion. The issue was the exceeding the 1,000 square feet maximum with being in a critical habitat zone.
Okay, so the way that's written up, and anybody that wants to help me can please help me with this. They have to meet 1,000 square foot minimum and 1,000 square foot maximum. Is that correct?
They have to, yes. No, the 1,000 square feet maximum is footprint when you're encroaching into the critical habitat zone. If they're not encroaching into the critical habitat zone, it's 1,000 square feet heated and cooled. So they can have 500 on the first floor, 500 on the second floor if they wanted to meet that 1,000. But if they're encroaching into the critical habitat zone, it has to be 1,000 square feet footprint. That means their bottom floor has to be 1,000 square feet. That's what their maximum is.
Okay, so if I'm building a house in Franklin County, I have an acre of land, I don't have to have 1,000 square foot footprint on the bottom at least?
That's correct. If you're not encroaching into the critical habitat zone, if you have an acre of land, you can do your 1,000 square feet heated and cooled. It does not have to be on the first floor. It's only the 1,000 square feet maximum only applies to when you're encroaching into the critical habitat zone.
Attorney Schuler, would you weigh in on this, please?
Yes, sir. The county adopted the 1,000 square foot maximum footprint for encroachments into the critical habitat zone. My memory is 2004, maybe 2003, but I think it was in 2004. And what led to that adoption of the policy is there had been a years-long buildup in one of our other real estate cycles where people were taking these marginal lots and they were getting variances into the critical habitat zone and building these huge houses, which was not protecting Apalachicola Bay. The whole purpose of the critical habitat zone, the default rule is you don't build anything in the critical habitat zone with very few limited exceptions. Building houses is not ordinarily one of those exceptions, but the board adopted that 1,000 square foot maximum policy in order to balance not getting sued for regulatory taking if we were to tell people you can't build on your property, but we also want to be consistent with what I think the chairman was alluding to, which is in your R1 zoning designation, you have a minimum footprint of 1,000 square feet of heated and cooled space. You can build bigger than that if you're outside of the critical habitat zone, but you are required to have that 1,000 square foot maximum. I've never seen anybody build less than that on the first floor in an R1 area outside of the CAC. So I think that's what you were referring to, Mr. Chair.
That is what I'm referring to.
And-
I'm sorry. So it is, you have to build 1,000 square foot footprint minimum in
Of heated and
R1,
cooled
correct?
space.
Of
Yes,
heated
sir.
and cooled space.
I'm not saying, I mean, Courtney's not technically wrong in the sense that you could do a 500 square foot first floor and 500 on the second floor and meet the county's 1,000 square foot minimum. I mean, technically, I think she's correct, but I mean, practically speaking, that's just not human nature. People just don't do that. Particularly when you're outside the critical habitat zone, most people are building larger than the 1,000 square foot minimum of heated and cooled space. But once you encroach into the CHC, then the 1,000 square foot maximum footprint has been uniformly enforced by the board since, again, 2004, so 17, 18 years.
Okay. And to clarify, I'm not trying to really buck that. I'm just trying to clarify.
Sure.
We're asking somebody to have a minimum of 1,000 and a maximum of 1,000.
That is correct.
But it's footprint versus total square footage, correct? So your
Correct.
footprint,
So
you
you
could actually
can
have
go
1,000 square foot on the first floor and then 1,000 square foot on the
You can go
second floor.
1,000 on-
But it's,
Correct.
the footprint is
Right.
1,000.
Right.
But total square footage may be different than.
Right, they could go up to the 30, actually the technical was 47.5 feet high.
Right.
But that footprint cannot exceed the 1,000 square feet.
That's all I wanted to
And
clarify.
that's the issue here.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, another issue back in the day was people was going around, and some people would say, you know, this is a critically eroded rock lot, so I can't build on it. So somebody else would come on, I gave you $50 for it, even though you can't build on it. Well, they buy it for $50, and then they come back and want exceptions and variances where they can build into the critical habitat, and I didn't take an unbuildable lot and make it a buildable lot, which is why we limited them to 1,000 square feet.
So that they're still able to use that
And if
property.
they were gonna build 1,000 square feet and they still needed to go into critical habitat in order to do that, then they could get a variance. But if you've got property that's not that critically eroded and you wanna go into critical habitat, in other words, if you got room on your lot to build 1,000 square feet, then we're not gonna give you a variance, which keeps you out of the critical habitat zone. And that's something else that was going on during the day. And that's why that rule was put in place.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm just trying to balance out what we're doing versus how long it's taking us to get to where we're going, I guess.
And he has
That's all I'm
enough
asking.
room on, Mr. Chairman, if I might, he has enough room on his lot to build 1,000 square, but that ain't what he wants. He wants 1,400 and something square feet. And at one time, he was
1,428.
wanting a swimming pool and all to go with it,
Mhm.
which pushed him way into the critical habitat.
Right.
And that's what they, so he eventually took the pool out, but he still wants 1,400 square feet, and that's not allowable under the current rules. And the rules can be changed, but it changed for everybody, not just one time.
That's right.
You know, so.
That's right. Well, I just wish there was a way to get, currently, I don't look like it's gonna be with what we have in front of us. I wish there was a way to get to where Mr. Blackburn could build his house, but, you know, this.
Well,
was-
we've
this
had
was- excuse me,
a lot of
sorry.
conversations with him as well,
Courtney.
especially Mark Carrington.
Courtney, excuse me, I'm sorry, I was still talking.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
It's okay. But this did come with a denial from our variance board. So, you know, I understand that. I'm not trying to be a bull in the china shop. I just want to see them be able to build their house. I do think we at some point need to try to, Mr. Morone, try to address the erosion in between those two lots, because that is where we have drainage going out. And if we don't, we're eventually going to lose a road in there. I mean, there's no way around that. So I don't know, that's not going to help Mr. Blackburn and what he's trying to do, but we do need to address it and not let it get any worse than what it is. So I just wanted to add that. Go ahead, Courtney. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to talk over you. I was just trying
I
to
didn't mean to
finish.
cut you off. I was just stating that he's had conversations with Mark Carrington as well, and Mark also told him, you know, if he was to decrease the square footage to the 1,000 maximum, that he would still be able to build on his property.
Excuse me now, I couldn't hardly hear you. Did you say he was coming back to build 1,000 square foot house on that
No,
property?
Mark, he had a conversation with Mark, and Mark made the suggestion that if he was to limit his footprint to 1,000 square feet, that the board would be more likely to approve it because he's meeting the requirements.
And his answer was?
He still wants the 1,428 square
Okay.
feet.
Deny the
Motion-
14 and he, motion to deny the 14, if he wanna come back with 1,000, he can. If not, deny it.
Okay, we have a motion
Second.
on the floor by Commissioner Lockley to deny this variance request. We have a second by Commissioner Parrish. I would like to say that I do support this applicant, but, you know, we have a
If he
rule in
wanna
place.
Come back with the 14,
Yeah.
with 1,000.
We have a rule in place. I'm not trying to, but what we got going on. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? All opposed?
Aye.
Let it reflect in the record, Jessica, that was a unanimous vote, 4-0. Commissioner Bolt did vote, but he's not able to vote, being he's not present in attendance with us. All right, go ahead, Courtney.
Okay. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. The next one we have is for the Reinhardts. It's a consideration of a request for a variance to construct a 15 by 50 storage building 5.5 feet into the 10-foot left and right side setbacks. Property is described as 219 West Gorey and St. George Island. Submitted by Calvin Dunn, agent for Gary Reinhardt, applicant. The board recommended approval of request.
So this is for a storage building?
Yes, this is in a commercial district
Okay.
for commercial property.
What's the size of the lot?
The lots are 25 by 100, so they're very limited
Right.
on size. So this is not uncommon for us to see that them ask for a variance to be able to build a building on that commercial lot because they're so small.
Okay. So with even just having a storage building, won't they have to have some sort of parking plan?
I
Surely they're
think
not parking in the road.
he's got a 10 by 30 driveway. I would have to
Okay.
double check that with Mark Kierrington.
Okay.
But I don't think I'm not sure if the storage building is going to be for public use or for private use.
Okay, and
I think Calvin Dunn is on the line.
is there any elevation to this?
No, sir.
Okay.
They would have to, this is just a variance. They will have to go back for, if it's going to be a commercial storage building, they will have to go back for commercial site plan review.
Well,
15 by 50.
say that again.
If it's going to be a storage building, they will have to go back before P&Z for a commercial site plan review.
The plan is to be a private storage building.
Hold on just a second. We want you to speak, Mr. Dunn. We don't want you to speak over everybody else. Say that again, Courtney. I'm sorry.
Because it's a commercial, if it's going to be a commercial storage building, they will have to go back before P&Z for commercial site plan review. This is just the first step of getting a variance to be able to encroach into the setbacks. But if it's going to be private, they just have to pull a permit, and it would have to meet all the requirements with the flood before they can get a permit.
Okay. Mr. Dunn, did you have something you want to add, sir?
Yes, it's going to be a private storage building, not commercial.
Okay.
This building's gonna have 5 feet of walk space on each side?
Yes. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like.
And what, let me look, what's it adjacent to? Is it got buildings on either side of it? It don't show anything on the site, on
Let me see if I can pull something up
the
on.
paperwork.
And, Mr. Chairman, I checked with Mark, even if it was a commercial building, there are no requirements for storage and warehouses, parking requirements in our zoning plan.
Y'all see that?
Yes, we can. So it's the one that's highlighted in green?
Yes, or red.
Okay. And is that other property immediately to the east of it or west? The one, not the one that's vacant, the one that has something on it?
Yeah, and I think they had to go before a variance to put that building on as well.
Okay. I don't want to ask a question that's inappropriate, but Mr. Dunn, I want to ask you, so do you own, are you just the agent for Mr. Reinhardt? Is that correct? Or is that Mr. Reinhardt who's actually speaking earlier?
No, I'm Mr. Dunn. I just purchased the property Friday once the variance was approved. I wanted to wait for this, but the realtors were on me to close, so I just purchased the property last Friday.
Okay. The reason I'm asking on application we're looking at, it has you listed as an agent, not as the property owner. That's why I was asking.
At the time, I was an agent, now I'm the property owner.
Well, then,
That's new information.
I don't know what we're looking at then, because the paperwork in front of us doesn't have you listed as a property owner.
No, what he's saying, Commissioner, he purchased it a couple of days ago, basically, once the variance was approved. But at the time the paperwork was submitted, he was the agent.
Right. But again, I don't know where that puts us on what we're looking at. We're asking for approval of something that has somebody else's name on it. We're asking for an approval for somebody that doesn't own the property anymore.
Yeah, but.
That's what's on here. That's
I-
what the adjustment board heard,
Mhm.
was something completely different than what's in front of us. Does that create an issue for us?
Look down the bench and ask the attorney.
It might create an issue for the new owner if the
Okay.
variance is not approved, but in terms of us referring to he bought it after the variance was approved, I'm not comfortable with, because it was an advisory opinion, not actually an approval. The approval comes from this board.
Okay, so it doesn't
But-
matter then, is what you're saying.
I don't think there's any, I don't see anything that causes me heartburn with the board proceeding
what
with this
I wondered.
application
Okay.
as it is before you today.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I wanted to know. That's what I was trying to answer. And-
Thought about that, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I want to make sure what we're doing. I don't want to, we have enough things unintentionally without doing something without thinking about it. That's all I'm saying.
But I agree with the chairman, it's not clean. I mean, it's got some problems with them transferring the property prior to the variance process being completed.
Yeah.
But the variance itself, if this board approves it, would run with the land. And so therefore it would benefit, for example, the original applicant, if he was still the owner, and then you approve the variance, and then he sold it to the gentleman that's on the phone with us here today, the variance runs with the land and would still benefit the future owner and all future owners going into the future.
Right.
Unless and until that structure is destroyed by more than 50%, and then they have to start the process all over
Right.
again.
Yeah,
So I would recommend that the board go ahead and proceed, and, I'm not recommending that you approve or deny, but I think you're in a procedural position to make a decision this morning.
Well,
even with new
the lot's
owner.
never going to be any wider than 25 foot.
No, sir.
So that's where I stand. I'm fine with how it is. I just want to make sure what we're looking at, who it was for, making sure we're checking all our boxes, so we've not done anything adverse or wrong. I don't want to make any second stabs at it, that's all I'm saying. But I'm fine with, it is what it is. It's a 25, foot lot, so, and it is I guess it's going to be a private storage unit, but I guess it's going to look like a commercial one, from what I'm gathering. So it's the pleasure of the board.
The board, the BOA board recommended approval, so I will proceed with making a motion for approval of this request.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Parrish to approve. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous, Jessica. Go ahead, Courtney.
Okay, next we have One Critical Shoreline application, a consideration of request to construct a 350 by 4 single-family dock with a 26 by 6 terminus platform and a 40 by 14 covered boat lift. Property is described as, it's in Alligator Point. It was submitted by Garlic Environmental, agent for J. Brilland. Proposed request would be contingent upon state and federal permits. And the board did recommend approval contingent upon the state and federal permits.
Okay, pleasure of the board.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Parrish, second by Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion from the board? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous. All right, go ahead, Courtney.
Okay, and then the last one we have is a one rezoning and land use change application. This is for request for a public hearing to rezone a 38.54 acre parcel lying in section 25, township 6, range 4 west. It's described as 780 Hickory Hammock Road in Carabel, Florida. They are wanting to rezone from A2 to forestry agricultural to R6 rural residential district. This request was submitted by Wanda Rose, agent for Al and Mary Lynn. The board recommended approval for public hearing.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Lockley,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Just a quick question, and I don't want to get too deep in it because it's going to a public hearing, but isn't this similar to what was being sought previously by property owners up in that area, up 67? To change it from agricultural to some other use?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify. Okay.
One question.
Yes.
R6 is how many units per acre?
R6 is
1 per 10.
I think
It's 1 per 10 acres. One home per 10 acres, one structure per.
yes,
10
one home per 10 acres. Yes.
That's what I just want to get that on the record.
Yep.
That is a little different than what's come before us before,
Yeah.
because they're wanting to do.
I think there's the other one was like R7.
Yeah. All right, so all in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, let's set a public hearing.
All right, that's it. That's all I've got for you today.
Thank you, Courtney.
No problem.
All right, sir, y'all ready to open some bids?
All right, Commissioner, so here we go, request for qualifications. Aaron's gonna open. This is for the architect for the Fort Coombs Armory. We're looking for architectural services relating to the renovation of Fort Coombs Armory and Convention Center. Franklin
We're
County
opening bids right now.
is interested in having an individual or firm to design and oversee the renovations to the building, which will include completing the design and installation of a fire sprinkler system. That architect should have experience in renovating historic buildings, and also should be licensed to practice in the state. Aaron's gonna start reading them. So this won't include any prices, Commissioner. As I walk across, you just need to know the firm, and then we appoint the review committee today, and we review, the review committee does the firm, review the firm, and comes back to the board at the next meeting with a recommendation. And Erin just put the paper over her microphone, but I'll move it there. I should read the name of the firm. There you go. That will be here, but you want any.
Okay, this is Barnett, Franzak, Barlow, and Schuler Architects from Tallahassee, Florida.
I'll take it. Get them out your way. You open that one, I'll open this one for you.
The next we have is GRC Architects, also from Tallahassee, Florida.
Yeah, they are. One time, I kind of tried that, I was kind of shot down, but we could actually just read from the outside. They want to make sure that there's a proposal.
Yeah. Okay.
You read that one?
Mm-hmm,
Oh,
I did. Yep.
that was quick.
This is a architecture competition.
I know it's-
Who can secure their patents? Okay.
Secrets of, I mean, just
Okay.
read the outside.
Okay, this one is TLC Engineering Solutions from Melbourne, Florida. And there is a proposal in there, we can see it.
Yep, we can see it.
It's like a party favor.
Yeah.
Trick box.
Secrets of the world. So, the review committee, I guess, would have to be include Mr. Mark Urison.
Yes, I would say Mark, you want me to see who else he wanted to include?
Yeah, let me go ask the building
Okay.
official, probably Steve Patterson, I see who's the third.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a motion to turn it over to the committee whenever he name them, when they come back.
Second.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second on the floor.
Okay, you want to flip the quarter? It's Mark, Steve, and either one of us.
Okay.
So you want to take it, or you want me to do it?
I guess I'll take it.
Okay,
So-
so officially, sir, Mr. Chairman, the review committee is Mr. Mark Curenton, your county planner, your building official, and your grants manager, Aaron Griffith.
Okay, so we already had a motion on the floor and a second by Commissioner Lockley, and the second was by Commissioner Parrish. To send this to the review committee for them to bring it back to us, who we might hire to be our next architect for the Armory. Any discussion before we vote?
When we'll know the answer to this?
Hopefully at the next meeting, sir.
Good.
Got some things to do. We'll talk about that later in my report also.
Okay.
All right, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous, 4-0.
Now, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, you're going to open up, this is a seal bid, so these will have an amount that you guys need to write down, and we'll check for bid bonds. This is for the CR 370 Alligator Drive Multi-Use Path Phase 1. Seal bids from any qualified company interested in constructing a multi-use path. There we go. Got a pen, sir? Yeah. Everybody got a pen? Anybody need me to get a pen? And thank you very much, sir. Here you go, Commissioner. Good. All right, Aaron, you good to go?
Okay, Commissioners, the first one is Pygott Asphalt and Site Work LLC from Crawfordville, Florida. They do have a bid bond enclosed, and the total base bid is $479,678.
Do they have a bond thing?
They do.
Bid bond is included.
Yep,
sir.
it was included.
Go.
The next is gonna be C.W. Roberts Contracting from Tallahassee, Florida. And let's see. Their bid bond is included. Total bid is $529,458.35. Again, $529,458.35. Okay, the next one is from Roberts and Roberts, also of Tallahassee, Florida. The bid bond is included. The bid price is $521,929. Again, the bid price is $521,929. And the last one is Capital Asphalt Incorporated, also from Tallahassee, Florida. Okay, total base bid on this one is $1,427,540. Again, $1,427,540. Let's see, hard time locating their bid bond on this one. There we are.
No, it's 521.
Actually not.
Why did we go down?
I'm actually actually not seeing their bid bond right off the bat.
I think they included that 1.4.
Probably not gonna be an issue.
Yeah, well, we have,
So, who's this review committee consist of?
this will be forwarded to the project.
3 times as much? Something's gotta be different.
Now, Commissioner Bolt, I want to verify you heard all the bids, sir?
Yes, sir, and I copied them down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimously. Pass this on to Mr. Clay Kenny and let him sort it out for us.
I like the sorting out thing.
Yes, sir. All right. Is that it for opening bids, or?
Yes, sir.
It is, isn't it? Okay. All right, Ms. Griffith, go ahead with your report.
Okay, I'll try to be fast for you guys.
Yes.
Okay, item number B on my report, because we have already covered the airport manager discussion. The first and final change order for the SGI restrooms project for storm construction. This change order entails a $22,500 reduction in the total cost of the project relative to the ductwork being galvanized in lieu of plastic, with the contractor providing an extended warranty concession of 10 years and a change in the date for substantial completion from March 18th, 2021 to April 20th, 2021 due to delays in materials. All items that were on the architect's final inspection punch list have since been completed and resolved. Once this change order is approved, the final pay request with the project retainage can be processed and released to the contractor. I'm requesting board action to approve the attached first and final change order for the SGI restrooms project.
So moved.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Lockley, second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous. It passes.
Next item number C, Pygott Asphalt and Site Work LLC was the lowest responsive bidder for the FEMA C30 East and West Washouts project with their bid of $816,218.34. The original project cost estimate for this project was $387,336.27. Franklin County requested a project amendment with the Bureau of Recovery as the total project cost was over 2 times the original cost estimate as developed by FEMA. The Bureau of Recovery did not see any problem with proceeding with the project award so long as the project is completed as written and the county follows all bid policies and procedures. Board action to approve and authorize chairman to sign the attached notice of award for Pygott Construction.
So moved.
A motion by Commissioner Parrish, second by Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, let's see, we have Hurricane Michael damaged this is item D. Hurricane Michael damaged approximately 480 feet of existing riprap and undermined sections of C30 Gulf Avenue going east out of Carabel. The FEMA estimated cost to repair is $109,814.59, and the cost for hazard mitigation, providing additional riprap, rock lining, slope protection, and filter fabric is estimated at $108,165. This is the last outstanding large project remaining in the queue for Hurricane Michael repairs. Dewberry's cost proposal of $36,220 for the survey, engineering design, bidding / contract award, and CEI is within the FEMA cost curve for this type of construction project. We're requesting board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign Dewberry's task order number 9 for the C30A East Gulf Avenue washouts project.
So moved.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous, Jessica.
Thank you.
Okay, item number E, at the August 5th, 2021 meeting of the Tourist Development Council, a draft grant application and preliminary budget was approved for a $100,000 museum projects grant program for fiscal year 21-22. Florida Statute 125 states that TDC sales tax proceeds may be used to acquire, construct, extend, enlarge, remodel, repair, improve, maintain, operate, or promote one or more C. aquariums or museums that are publicly owned or operated by non-for-profit organizations and open to the public within the boundaries of the county or sub-county special taxing district in which the tax is levied. This special grants program will assist museums with large capital improvements and extraordinary repairs, which will attract and promote tourism while preserving the heritage of the community. Applicants must meet all eligibility requirements, and the maximum award per approved project will be up to $25,000 in 21-22. Board action to approve the attached draft application for the Tourist Development Council Museum Projects Grant Application and proposed project budget for 21-22.
So move.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Parrish. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimously as well.
And then item F, attached is the first and final change order to close out the CR 30A resurfacing project from the Gulf County line to the 13-mile road. This adds $3,217 to the construction costs. The $3,217 change order has already been reviewed and approved by the Florida Department of Transportation, and staff recommends approval by the board. Approval and authorization for the chairman to sign the first and final change order in the amount of $3,217 to Robertson Roberts.
So
moved. Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lockley, a second by Commissioner Parrish. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Next item number G, as part of the permit specifications for the Hurricane Michael repairs of Alligator Drive, the contractor was required to have a vibration monitoring plan in place for driving the steel sheet piles. To comply with the permit, the monitoring plan as developed by contractor Anderson Columbia includes the placement of vibration monitoring devices on adjacent properties. It is in the best interest of the county to assist Anderson Columbia to ensure that the project continues to move forward on schedule and to keep homeowners well informed. There are approximately 17 homeowners who will receive the attached letter of introduction from the county with subject correspondence from Anderson Columbia in regards to the vibration monitoring. Anderson Columbia is requesting authorization from homeowners for the placement of the monitoring devices. A homeowner can allow entry to their property, it is not necessary to go inside the homes, or refuse. However, the vibration monitoring plan was put in place to ensure that if a home was damaged by vibration, the monitoring device would store that information and would register/document when the strong vibration occurred. This device also provides feedback to the contractor. If vibrations are registering too high, they can then slow the pile driving. We're requesting board action to approve the draft letter from Franklin County notifying homeowners within the construction zone of the vibration monitoring plan for the Alligator Drive project.
So moved.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Parrish, second by Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion before we vote?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is just a, Mr. Chairman, this is just a good forthcoming way to anticipate any homeowner questions. We've already covered it, and I think it's a very good, transparent way of keeping them informed. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Bolt. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimously.
Okay, last item is just for board information, the Evergreen Pay Plan and Classification Plan update. It is in the review stage at this time, and Dr. Jeff Ling with Evergreen Solutions will be at your next meeting on September 7th to present the report.
Okay. All right. Anyone have any questions for Ms. Griffin while we're still on her report? Aaron, thank you. We appreciate it. All right, Mr. Monroe, you're up.
21A, page 12, at your last meeting, the board directed me to contact the state fire marshal's office and asked if the county could reopen the armory prior to the installation of the fire sprinkler system. I spoke to Mr. Paul Dyer, he's the district chief, and his preference is for the county to proceed with the installation of the fire sprinkler system prior to opening the armory. However, if the county decides to open the armory prior to the fire sprinkler installation, occupancy will be limited to 50 people with a fire watch on duty. With the opening of the request for qualifications for architectural services for the armory this morning, if the board decides not to open the armory until after the fire sprinkler is installed, I would like the board to consider authorizing bids for painting the inside and refinishing the floors. The painting and the floor refinishing projects would be coordinated with the fire sprinkler installation project to avoid any scheduling or construction conflicts. So if we're going to go ahead, what we originally talked about, to keep it open until January 1st, then we'll do all this after January 1st. Actually, after that, because we already have the Florida Visit Florida meeting in
Visit Florida in February.
February.
Mhm.
So yes, so installation and the painting and the flooring would have to wait till probably starting in March sometime. If we're going to close it and continue with the installation, then we close it and try and open up by by January 1 with everything done. So I just need a direction from the board. Which way do we go?
So we're still waiting to hear back from this request for what we sent out to bid for somebody to be the architect over it all, correct?
Yes, we'll know that at the next meeting. But I just wanted to be able to tell them once we decide which one, what direction we're going in, so they could start their timeline, because I'm sure this board is going to want a timeline from that architect.
Oh, yeah.
When, ain't it gotta be on, don't it have to be on for that election coming up?
Yep,
for the city?
that's the only thing we have it for. They're restricted to the one room in the back, and they know they can't have more than 50 people, and we'll have they'll have a fire watch there for the elections. That's a city election for one seat. We don't expect many people to be in there at a time.
Basically, we just opened up bids for the architect, I think, as the chairman was stating. So really and truly, we need to, I mean, do we need to wait till we get that, choose an architect so he can direct us in terms of what he thinks we should do? Like how long, because he's supposed to do the sprinkler system, right?
Yes, so what I was hoping is that the board would give me some direction today, so that once we select the architect, like I said, he either knows that we want it done by the end of the year to open up on January 1, or we're gonna delay the work that he does till March 1. So I want to be able to give him some directions to help him get work on a timeline for you guys, depending on what you want to do.
Well, I'm fine with that, but I think it needs to be, the fire sprinkler system, we're gonna have to try to do it by January 1. The other stuff, if we can do it, then we can.
Yeah.
But we definitely need, the fire suppression system.
That's priority
needs to
one.
be
Yes.
installed, yeah. So, yeah, I'm fine with, so basically you're just trying to have a list of, so you won't be held up waiting for us to meet to have a discussion about what all we want done.
I basically wonder if you guys want to open it up on, keep it closed until January 1, except for the city elections, or open it up until December 31st, and then we start the fire installation after that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Have you read the same thing that's been sent to my iPad about us having a 34%, 33% positivity rate here
Yes.
with COVID?
Yes, sir.
And you're talking about we're talking about opening up the armor? I don't think so.
Well,
but I don't have an issue with trying to bid out the painting in the floor, redoing the floor to see where we're at there, as far as dollar wise.
Yes.
And then we get an architect on board, we'll find out, what he comes up with about the installation of the fire sprinkler system, and move forward from there. But I don't like the idea of opening up the armory for a group of people, even with a 33% positivity rate. I mean, that's high as the rate has ever been as far as the positivity rate in COVID-19. I don't think it's a good idea that we move forward with trying to open it up. I think we need to move forward with the fire suppression system and maybe get the bids that you referred to in your report here. So I'm gonna make a motion to that effect.
Okay, so the motion is to go ahead and direct Mr. Morone to, once we know who our new architect's gonna be, we're looking at the fire suppression system first and then some other possible improvements, and try to get a timeline from them once we hire that architect. Is that correct? That's what the motion?
That's the motion. So we're keeping it closed until, as far as we know.
If it's gonna take a few months, if we can get these bids back on the painting and the floor, if it's gonna take a few months for them to get started on the fire suppression system, we make it move forward with another project.
That's true.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Or at least the painting, you may not wanna do the floor until they go up there and actually put the sprinkler system in, because you could scuff your floor up and all, but you wanna do your painting first, because the floor you wanna do last after any paint that it might have fell on the floor gets, you don't wanna do the floor first, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. Motion by Commissioner Parrish, second by Commissioner Lockley. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Going on to item B, in 2019, the board discussed transferring the management and rental of Fort Coons Armory from your admin office, that's our office, to TDC administration. Mr. Solomon, he's on the line in case you have questions. Your TDC administrator explained that in an effort to promote the Armory, a separate webpage for the Armory with pictures of past events will be created. A portal to pay for the Armory rentals online would also be created, along with other projects. Not too long after that discussion, the Armory was closed due to COVID-19 and continued to stay closed until the fire sprinkler system was installed. Is the board ready to move forward with the transfer of the Armory management, promotion, and rental responsibilities to the TDC? Guidance from the county auditor and the county attorney may be needed if the board decides to proceed with this. The auditor has to tell us how we deal with collection of funds, and then Attorney Schuler will have to tell us if we need to have a contract. He's not getting any money like the visitor centers, but I just want all bases covered if the board decides to move forward in that direction.
Mr. Chairman, you said Mr. Solomon's on the line?
Yes, so I'm going to unmute him, allow him to talk. Where did he go? John, if you would unmute. There he goes, he's unmuted, Commissioner.
Hey, John, this is Commissioner Ward. I just wanted to make sure that you were okay. I know you and I have had previous discussions with this. Just want to ensure that you are okay and your staff is okay with taking on this duty.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I've discussed it with the staff, the two that would be handling the, if somebody needs to see the Armory, the bookings, Miss Jean and Becca here at the administration, and we're all fine with it. I mean, that is a big source, that being a convention center and, an event center for the area. It's part of what we do, and the promotion of it is something that we, for sure, will be glad to do and do a good job at it.
With that, I'll make a motion to have TDC manage the Armory rentals.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Parrish. This is going to move the administration of the rentals that's done at the Fort Coons Armory from your office to the TDC office.
You'll do way more promotions, Mr. Chairman, than we were ever able to do with that.
Okay. Any more discussion?
Y'all okay giving that up, right, Michael?
Well, you twist my arm now. Yes, ma'am.
Sounds like a whole lot of arm twisting going on.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay. Item C, and Commissioner Bolt might have some more. And I'm sorry. Thank you, John. Thank you once. Let me just, okay. All right. So, item C. At your last meeting, the board discussed issues regarding the St. James Lanark Village Volunteer Fire Department and possible options to provide temporary fire department coverage of that district in case of a fire. Not too long after the board meeting, Commissioner Bolt attended a meeting hosted by the St. James Lanark Village Fire Department Board of Directors to discuss the current issues facing the fire department. Commissioner Bolt stated that the meeting went well, and besides the fire chief, there are 8 volunteer firefighters. Commissioner Bolt expressed great confidence in the Board of Directors overseeing an effective volunteer fire department. Commissioner Bolt will probably comment further on the meeting and the volunteer fire department. So, and after his comments, we just need to know, do we stand, Attorney Schuler, myself, we stand down on this matter since they say they have it under control, or what direction would the board have? Commissioner Bolt, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I would say about 50 people attended that meeting, which showed a lot of community support. A mixture of the number of people that attend from St. James Bay and also the summer camp area as well. I can report to you that the board of directors was lined up left to right, 8 people, and they all had their comments under control with regard to the dysfunctions that we have talked about in the past. I'm happy to report that those dysfunctions are all contained, encapsulated, and managed well. So the main thing we really need to work with that and help that department work is getting more volunteers, not necessarily to fight fires. There's so many other administrative and support duties in that area. And I'm looking forward to having input from the State Fire Marshal Division Coordinator, Charlie Frank, who coordinates volunteer fire operations around Florida, and get some input for the board from him in a later meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolt. I will say this, the limited residents that reached out to me that live in the Lanark Village, St. James area, did express concern. The way it's listed, most of the people that's listed in the documents that have been filed for this board there at the Lanark Fire Department, Lanark St. James Fire Department, all of them have addresses that are not listed in Franklin County. So the residents that called me had some concerns with that. Hopefully those were addressed, but that is a concern that some of your constituents, Commissioner Bolt, expressed to me.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
do Attorney Schuler and I stand down, because, you know, we were talking about contacting the other two districts next to them to provide coverage, but it seems like they have it under control. So I'm just asking that we stand down and let the board of directors do what they do and run their fire department?
I was, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, Commissioner Bolt, I was also reached out by some constituents that were concerned that some of these board of directors that we're discussing are the same ones that have been on there before that have misappropriated funds and things of that nature. Can you elaborate on that, or let us know if there's anybody different that's gonna not misappropriate funds?
Yes, I could elaborate on that. The people that are on that board are not the individuals who have misappropriated funds, as I understand it. Those funds were misappropriated by another. The alleged individuals have left, I think, the state of Florida, if I understand it correctly. Those misappropriations of funds were identified by a CPA audit that has reported to this board in the past. That audit was turned over to our sheriff for investigation, and I think that investigation and potential action is still underway.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
You know, I had a lot to say about this when it come up at the last meeting. But I, like Commissioner Ward, excuse me, wants to make sure that there's accountability. Yes. And it's not with the fire chief, it's with the board that oversees the operations of the fire department. Now, we've heard the chairman speak about some of the board members that don't even live in Lanark Village, potentially. Their addresses don't match up with Lanark Village. Now we're hearing other concerns Commissioner Barnes has. So I just want to make sure, I think the treasury that was named in the documents is the same treasury that was there when these funds were being misappropriated. And there has to be more oversight from the board, not from the volunteers or the fire chief, but from the board that oversees where this money's going, and make sure it's spent on fire protection services, fire hoses, training for the firemen, you know, and not on all these other extracurricular activities. Having said that, the East Point does the rib cook-off, St. George Island does the chili cook-off, Apalachicola does the oyster cook-off. These funds are private fundraisers done by the fire departments, and they can spend those dollars however they want to, whether they want to help somebody in the community or whatever they want to do. But these monies that are taken from the MSBU funds has to be spent on fire-related expenses, whether it's equipment, whether it's training for the firemen, whether it's oxygen tanks, whether it's new fire suits, whatever, as long as it's fire protection related. So, you know, if they want to do some extracurricular activities over in Lanark, they need to do a fundraiser to generate those funds, or just have people donate money to the fire department is one thing. But taking the MSBU funds and spending them on these extracurricular activities is not the way to go, as far as providing the taxpayer, which is paying these MSBU funds, the bang for the buck, so to speak. So those are kind of some of the things that I see that need to be addressed also. And the main thing is accountability.
Thank you.
So how does the board feel? How do you want to proceed? Do you want Attorney Schuler and Mr. Morone to continue to ask other fire departments, you know, if everything appears to be straight, but if, you know, how do y'all feel about doing that? Do y'all want to change the direction we had previously sent them in, or, I mean, I think this board does need to give them direction.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bolt, what is your stance on this? You're satisfied? It's in your district.
I'm satisfied with I'm satisfied with everything that I heard at this past meeting and with my discussions with other people. I advocate preserving this fire department. I think that it's got some, obviously some growth changes and some pains in that area, but they're identified, under control, and I have confidence that this fire department can move forward. Also, I want to mention that Alligator Point, though administratively they're not able to help this fire department, has their back. Alligator Point firefighters were there to support Lanark Village. I felt like the outpouring of all the people that were there at Lanark Village was very, very reassuring. And I'm going to take the helm to help lead in that direction to keep that fire department viable, and I'll be glad to give you updated reports.
Thank you.
So can we just do this by general direction, I guess? Or does it need to be
Was it a motion at the last meeting that they made, or just simple direction?
I believe there was a motion.
I believe it was too.
And I made the motion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
There
it
we
was a
go.
motion then, see?
So I guess we need another motion to counter that one.
Well,
No?
Just toss out something for discussion. I mean, we're talking about standing down, which is within the board's purview, obviously, but do you want to maybe think about having the CPA do an update to the audit to make sure that there hasn't been any further, you know, apparent mispenditures of public funds for improper purposes? Not that that decision has to be made right now. I mean, we could stand down, the board could think about it, but, you know, the board's being told corrective action is in place, but, you know, do you know that yet?
Yeah. I think that's a valid point you make, but.
Just a suggestion.
Yeah, it's, yeah.
And that's my thing too, Mr. Chairman, is, you know, Commissioner Bolt's satisfied, and I'm okay with that. But again, where's the accountability lie? We need to ensure that these people aren't continuing to misappropriate funds, and I'm okay with the CPA doing a re-audit. However, how long a time has elapsed between the last audit and an audit now?
Yeah.
And who's been in that seat since? Apparently there's been a lot of confusion as to who's controlling what. You know, again, I think that there needs to be accountability to ensure that this doesn't continue to happen. And yes, I did make a motion at the last meeting to direct Attorney Schuler and Mr. Morone to seek out from the Carabel Volunteer Fire Department, in addition to Alligator Point, to see if they could help. You know, I'm kind of at a loss. I mean, Commissioner Bolt seems satisfied, although I hear, you know, I don't know. I think.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, well, and Commissioner Bolt, hey, what about this for everyone? What about I sent a letter to the Board of Directors asking them for a status update and exactly to put in writing what their plan is to make sure, as the commissioners have said here today, you know, misappropriation, better management. What is their plan to do that? How does, and after we get that letter, then the board could decide what direction you want to go in. At least we're officially contacting the Board of Directors saying, hey, there were issues, you had a meeting, you said it's all resolved, you know, the district commissioner said you're good, we want to see your plan of action in writing. How does everybody feel about that?
I would support that.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I don't think that's being too over the top. I mean, it's just a normal request. I just hate that it's got to this point.
Mm-hmm.
But at some point, we can't continue to know for a fact that something's wrong. And let me restate this. So anything that's been turned over to authorities about what was purportedly illegally done, this board can't answer that. We're not a judiciary body.
Yeah.
We're not, you know what I mean? We're not. But we do, those are residents of Franklin County. So I just want to make sure we're looking out for them the best we can.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, the only other comment I have is that we cannot continue status quo.
No.
We got to do better. And as I said at the last meeting, it's up to that community to rise up and do better. From an accountability standpoint, because we tax the people for this MSBU, but they're the ones overseeing it, that community, because they know their priorities. They know if they need equipment. They know if their firefighters need more training. We don't know that. So, you know, it's up to the community basically to police themselves, but we do feel obligated to make sure that it's functioning in the right way. So I agree with the other commissioners' comments.
But so we still, Attorney Schuler, going by what you said, we still do need a motion and a second on this, considering that's what we did last time? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I believe procedurally, Mr. Morone and I need officially to be told to stand down and see how things are working out, and then the board can give us such future direction as you think is appropriate.
Okay.
Which would include the letter.
One more thing, I would like to have a quarterly report as to how things are progressing over there. What are they doing? How are things changed? How often this board is meeting to oversee the operations of the volunteer fire department? These type, say a quarterly report, that's what, 4 reports in the next year? I mean, I don't think that's too much, and it doesn't take a board presentation, but they could forward that information to you, Mike, and you could send it out to the commissioner. So for informational standpoint, we kind of got an idea of whether we need to address something or if everything seems to be going right.
And Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't mind putting a time limit on it. Say, for example, if these quarterly reports come and we see that things they're not being fiduciary responsible, or there is potentially misappropriation or any question of funds, we can request an audit or request a motion to proceed with what we had proceeded with before, with having Attorney Schuler reach out to the other volunteer fire departments to see if they can help. Because if we don't have any answers in there, we can't see a continual improvement of that department, then we need to make a point to know that, you know, we're not going to tolerate that, and we're going to have to proceed with other avenues of the people that so that they can have fire protection out there.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, just make a suggestion that if we're going to require a report from them, maybe we should specify exactly what we're wanting from them initially. Say, for example, you had mentioned copies of the minutes, maybe copies of their bank statements and how they're spending the money.
And also, Mr. Chairman, also, how often is this board meeting to review the finances, to review the expenditures? I mean, that's what the board is supposed to do. And the treasurer should be looking at these expenditures and how money's being spent each month. And she should know that, let me just say the treasurer should know if the monies are being spent appropriately or not. She's the one that looks at the bank account. She's the one that looks at the quote canceled checks. And I think another issue, I hate to keep diving into details, but this credit card that was being passed around, that don't need to be happening. If you're going to purchase something for the fire department, purchase it with a check, purchase it with a document, which makes it a lot easier for the treasurer to keep track of. And these expenditures should be approved by the board, not by the individual. The board should be looking at the priorities for that fire department, whether, like as I said earlier, whether it's equipment, whether it's training for the fire. You know, each firefighter has to have so many hours of continuing education. That's part of what the board's obligation is to make sure that these volunteers get the proper training that required by Florida statute. And these are some of the things that the board needs to deal with and not rely upon the fire chief to do all that. The board oversees the operations of the fire department.
Two points of clarification. I think if we were given copies of their minutes, it would clarify for us how often they're meeting, because you have minutes for said meeting. The other thing is, it's hard for us to determine sitting here if that board that's responsible and over that has at one of their meetings made motions to allow somebody to use a credit card up to a certain amount and kind of given them that you know, ability, as it were. It's hard for us to answer that. We don't know that. So, you know, but it does clear it up if there is no credit card involved, but that's getting way too far into details that I don't think we're over.
So basically, I'm taking notes because this letter I'm going to send will include all your comments and what you want, your requirements
Yeah.
today, and which will include also, you know, those quarterly reports. So, and you know, a lot of the stuff you guys are talking about, you know, the expenditure reviews, blah blah blah, all that could be part of their plan of action that I'm also asking them for. That's what I'm going to say. Plan of action to include the following. So, with that, Mr. Chairman, a motion. I'm good with a motion. Number one, Attorney Schuler said for us to stand down for now, and number two, this letter requesting this information from the Board of Directors.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to have Michael Marone and Attorney Schuler hold off on proceeding with reaching out to other volunteer fire departments. And then I will also make a motion to proceed, that allow Mr. Marone and direct Mr. Marone to proceed with writing a letter to the Lanark Volunteer Fire Department asking for certain data to prove they are moving forward in the right direction.
Okay. Attorney Schuler, we need to do this in one motion or two?
I think you can combine the two. They're the same subject matter.
So we're combining your motion to make it one motion then? Okay. As long as you're good with that.
Yes, I'm good with that.
All right, so we do have a motion to take these actions to stand down on what we previously discussed and move forward writing a letter to the St. James Lanark Village Fire Department Board, asking them for some documentation so we can know what this plan of action really entails. That is the motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Parrish. Any discussion before we vote? I'll say this, I just hate that we're having to even have this discussion. It's really past where we should be doing, but the people do live here, so. All right, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you.
I've got item D, commissions, which should help out to some degree of what we're doing here. So as directed by the board, I also contacted the state's the state's volunteer fire coordinator, Mr. Charlie Frank. Commissioner Bolt had referred to him, I believe, in the meeting to discuss the possibility of a representative from the fire marshal's office attending a board meeting to provide any assistance or insight with the volunteer fire departments located within the county. Mr. Frank stated that if the BOC sends an official request signed by the chairman, he and other state fire marshal office staff would appear before the board to offer any assistance and guidance with the volunteer fire departments. Scheduling a workshop outside of a regular meeting would probably be more effective and productive. One of the things he did mention is maybe we would want to consider a contract with each of the fire departments that we give MSBU money for as to what the Board of County Commissioners expects of their, you know, for this money that they get.
So I'll say this, Michael, if we're moving forward to go to a workshop, I would think we probably need to look for sometime in October because of all of our different budget workshops.
Oh.
You know what I mean, stuff we have
October,
planned.
November, yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
So that's my only comment on it. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but September is pretty full.
Yes. Now, I would say, basically, it's me, the board would make a motion to send the invitation, and then we'll schedule it. We can worry about
From there.
scheduling
Okay.
something after
Okay.
I get a response from them.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to get ahead of you.
Nope, very good, sir.
I think that's a good idea, especially by the time this could potentially happen. We might know a little bit more information on how Lanark's proceeding with their department
Yep.
and funding and things. So I will make a motion to move forward with that.
Okay, so we have a motion to make this official request in the form of a letter going to Mr. Charlie Frank, the state's volunteer fire department coordinator. And we have a motion by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Parrish. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
And Commissioner,
Thank you.
we're
Thank
getting
you.
there, but item E, sometime back, the board assigned the responsibility of SHIP the SHIP project final inspections to Mr. Steve Patterson, who was at the time the county's building inspector. Since then, Mr. Patterson has been promoted to the building official and is responsible for both jobs, as the building inspector position is still vacant. With that stated, Mr. Patterson asked if there was any possibility of relieving him of the responsibility of the final inspections for the SHIP program. I contacted Ms. Angela Webster of Community Action Agency to find out who they are using for their home rehab project inspections, as their projects are similar to the SHIP projects. Community Action uses Mr. Terry Mulch, the Weatherization Program Manager for Capital Area Community Action Agency. Weatherization oversees 8 counties and provides services that includes client retention and maintenance, contractor acquisition and oversight, pre, post, and quality control assessments for all homes that they serve. Mr. Jerome Hamlet, same agency, serves as the program's field coordinator and handles all direct client relations and job scheduling. But I left out that there was a meeting, and how I left that out, there was a meeting between Steve, Mr. Mulch, I'm not quite sure, Lori Schweitzer, your ship administrator, I think that's all who were there, and they discussed it, and Steve feels that, yep, they are qualified to do those inspections. I apologize for leaving that out of this narrative. The inspections they would do a midpoint inspection for $375 and a final inspection for $275. Those fees would be included as part of the final project cost. Mr. Michael McWilliams will continue to be responsible for the initial work write-up with a new rate of $300 per project, also included in the final project cost. And the Commissioner, if you ask me, I think it's a $50 increase somewhere that I can't remember right now. So I'm asking for board action to transfer the SHIP program project inspections from Mr. Patterson to Mr. Mulch of Weatherization Program with the rates stated above, including the new rate for Mr. McWilliams. One thing I do like about them, and I've read this in numerous reports from Community Action, they do not just code like what Steve was doing, but they also do a report on quality of what the SHIP contractors are doing. That, I think, will solve a lot of the issues we get with callbacks because of the SHIP program. Quality control is something, it's not just because it's built to code, how does it look, you know? So that's my pitch to the board.
So move.
Motion to approve this action by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's a 4-0 vote.
At your July 6th meeting, item F, I informed the board that Opportunity Florida offered to create an overhead drone video of the airport for promotional economic opportunities used at no charge to the county, a benefit of being a dues-paying member. This was an idea that brought up to light, believe it or not, by Duke Energy to Opportunity Florida. I'll forward you a Dropbox link of similar videos made of the Highway 79 corridor in Holmes County and Highway 77 corridor in Washington County. Once created, a link to this tool will be added to the county's website. The board wanted to give Commissioner Ward, your Opportunity Florida appointee, the opportunity, use that word too much, to meet with Mr. Roy Baker and his staff to discuss this offer further. Commissioner Ward may have some additional comments. If approved, I will coordinate this project with Mr. Mosteller and the FBO. So it's to basically give them the green light to go ahead and make this drone video. Commissioner Ward?
I don't have anything to add, Mr. Chairman, except that I don't know if anybody's been able to watch the video of that they've already done, but it's pretty neat. It gives you the high up level view of the airport, the complete overlay. I think it'll be a good opportunity to advertise the airport. Mr. Lockley's been talking about jobs. It'll give it an idea of what people can look at when they come to the area, even potential customers to the airport, pilots, things of that nature flying in. So I think it's a great idea. It's of no cost to us. It's a dues-paying membership that we already pay for. It's certainly not going to hurt to have this video for the website to be able to advertise our airport to people outside of our community. So I'll make a motion to authorize you to move forward.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Ward to approve.
Second.
Second by both Commissioner Parrish and Commissioner Lockley. I also even though I'm not making a motion or second, I think it's a step in the right direction. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous, 4-0.
On the next page, Opportunity Florida, they're requesting the chairman's signature on a letter of support. The letter states that Franklin County will continue its membership with them and continue to support Opportunity Florida. It's something that they do as they apply for grants and through their budget and stuff, so.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Lockley,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? 4-0 vote, unanimous. Go ahead, sir.
Item H, this is the item that Commissioner Parrish was referring to earlier. Recently, Mr. Langton of Langton and Associates contacted staff about the possibility of applying for Hurricane Michael CDBG, I guess these are DR infrastructure funds. After meeting with Michael and Melissa, that's his staff, Aaron and Aaron, to discuss possible projects, we agreed that a new generator for the hospital and the West Clinic, along with upgrading the windows in both buildings, would be an application with a very good chance of being funded as it serves the entire county. Approval of CDBG projects are based on income, which makes it difficult to submit applications that serve specific geographical locations in the county. I think that's where Deborah was heading this morning with that. Michael and Melissa have been in conversations with Mr. David Walker, Weems CEO, and he supports this application, which is due by September 17th. There's a $5,000 application fee to Langton Associates that will be paid by Weems. So basically, Weems can engage, they need the board's approval to engage in projects that will cost them over a certain amount. I wasn't sure of the numbers, so I just wanted the board to be aware of that.
County also has to be the applicant.
Yes, that's right. We have to be this because we own the hospital.
Yes.
Yeah.
You need a motion on that?
Yes, I
Yes.
do. And we get extra point, oh, I'm sorry. We get extra points, commissioners, because they say the county is critical something, but the city also has a different economic, so we get 5 points for each, basically, because it's in the city, but it's a county building.
Yeah, the city actually qualifies with more low to moderate income.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Lockley.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Parrish. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? We're pursuing a grant.
Here we go. Item I, and Mr. Dombrowski is on the line. He's been there from this morning. He's more patient than most people I know. Last week, staff was notified by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection Beach Management Division that the state would fund the entire $200,000 for design and permitting phase of the Alligator Point Beach Restoration Project, therefore eliminating the need for the $100,000 match. Construction is scheduled for 2023. Mr. Dombrowski is available for questions. I sent you guys an email that he sent that he really elaborated. Where are you? Right there, sir. He elaborated on this project with a lot more information. He gave some history, where we are and where we're going. And Mike, I'm going to click you and ask to unmute. So there he is. He's unmuted. If you have any questions for him, commissioners. Patient Michael is there.
Good afternoon.
I have one, Mr. Chairman, I have one question. If we proceed with the design of this beach renourishment, are we obligated to follow through on this after it's been designed? And because we've not established how this beach will be maintained, that's a big issue we've had. You know, if it washes away, FEMA's only going to give you the money to replace 50% of it. So we're trying to figure out where the other 50% of the money's coming. So if we proceed with taking this $200,000 and going through the design and permitting phase, are we obligated to move forward?
No, sir, you are not.
Okay, that's the only question I had. I mean, I'd like to see it move forward, but getting the residents to come up with the money to help us maintain that, so if it washes away, then we can meet that 50% requirement. That FEMA's only going to match us 50%, and how we get there is still yet to be decided.
They beach, they got to pay for it.
Well, we know that, but they hadn't agreed to do that.
Yeah.
Ain't gonna happen.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Parrish,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Do we have any more discussion before we vote on this, authorizing this signature on this grant agreement?
Commissioner Bolt, you good?
I'm here. And I concur with everything that's been said.
Okay.
All right, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Mike, thank you so much for being patient.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael.
Have a good afternoon.
Oops.
You too.
My bad. I cut him off. I'm sorry, Commissioner. I'm sorry, Mike, after you're being so patient. Okay, so speaking of, no, it's my bad. Speaking of patient people, I also have Ms. Kim Bodine on the line. Career Source Golf Course submitted their 21-22 budget for your review and approval. State law requires that this item be approved by their respective county commissioners in the workforce area that they are serving. That's area, not R. Kim is on the line to answer any questions you may have. Good afternoon, Kim, and let me ask you to unmute in case the board has any questions. Hey, Kim, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
It's a standard budget. Any changes to the budget, Kim? I know you automatically got your waiver this year, so you don't need to request that. Anything else different?
No, we just had a big reduction in our budget, but that's normal because we were coming off of the big Hurricane Michael grant. We have that for another year, but there's not a lot of money left in it. So as you know, we can go from a $4 million to a $20 million budget overnight. Unfortunately, when we do that, it's usually because of a big disaster. So that's the biggest reason for the big drop in our budget.
Y'all still got people working over here, Ms. Kim?
Yes, sir. I believe we have 6 individuals with you all.
6?
Under Hurricane Michael.
Okay.
So moved to approve the budget.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lockley. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That is unanimous vote.
Thank you so much, Kim, and I won't cut you off if you say good afternoon, I promise.
Thank you. Goodbye.
All right, Commissioner, we did the COVID sick leave already, so we're now moving over to page 15, item L. A few months ago, Mr. Rex Pennicuff appeared before this board to discuss the East Point Civic Association's mission to clean up the East Point waterfront area. Mr. Pennicuff stated that he was in contact with Attorney John, I'm going to say Rydell, who represented owners of the property around the East Point waterfront area that had damaged buildings that the association would like demolished and removed. As a point of clarification, Attorney Rydell, who works for Chambers Bank, stated that the property isn't owned by Chambers Bank, but a separate entity made up of the bank stockholders.
Correct.
Mr. Pennicuff asked the board to consider waiving some of the tipping fees for debris that may come over the landfill scales as an incentive to encourage the property owners to demolish the building. As part of that discussion, the board suggested that the property owners contact one of the local contractors that would be interested in crushing and reusing some of the concrete, reducing the amount of building debris that would be deposited in the landfill. I forwarded this information to the attorney, and in his response, he stated, and I quote, "It is the owner's hope that a resolution can be reached in partnership with the county to make the appearance and the expense associated with this property more tenable for both parties," end of quote. Is the board of the same mind that once the property owner has an approximate amount of tonnage that will be deposited in the county's landfill, there might be some waiver considerations? That's basically what he's waiting for before they proceed with trying to seek out a local contractor.
Yeah, speaking since this currently is in my district, I'm fine with having that discussion about some considerations, but I think they need to do the rest of it and kind of find out if you're looking at, there's 4 buildings there that I know of. One of them that we weren't even discussing earlier has actually been bought by somebody and they've torn it down since then.
Okay.
Actually, there's 3. Let me back up. There are 3, because one building burned, got burnt, was on fire, burned down. And I know since I've been on the board, anytime everybody's had something that's burnt, this board has allowed them to take it to the landfill. That's something we've always done. So I don't know why that hasn't been done yet with that building that burnt and has collapsed. It's a safety issue, and I think that needs to be done separate of this.
From this.
But the other ones that are there, once they can get us a thing saying, look, we're gonna have, whatever many tons of concrete, we found a way to take care of that, and we have 2 tons of basically rubble from the building construction, then we need to talk about what we can do to help them. Because if we're not, it's never gonna happen. And good, bad, and different, you know, East Point needs to get cleaned up through the middle of it. A lot of this destruction was from Hurricane Michael, but trying to jump through the hoops of a CDBG grant application to get them removed, that just wasn't gonna happen. That required too many things to fall in place to happen. But I'm fine with what the board has expressed earlier. They need to come back to us with an amount so we can know what to consider and what amount we might be able to waive, is what I'm fine with, but I'm just one of 5, so.
Everybody else pretty much in the same mind, so I could just reach back out to the attorney and tell him, yeah, the board said you follow what we said earlier, and then
Yeah.
come back and talk to us when you have a tonnage.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm good with them proceeding, let me put it that way. Because if we don't, it's never gonna happen.
All right, no objections, I'll move on. M, so on Friday, August 13th, Commissioner Bolt and I met with Mr. Billy Sermon and BJ Jameson at FWC Carabel Station to discuss the status of the bay closure for oyster harvesting. Commissioner Bolt explained that he wanted FWC, in coordination with other agencies, to provide a status update on the progress of all studies relating to the bay and oyster harvesting to the board. He suggested that all agencies and partners involved in the bay research, including the scientists, meet in a roundtable style fashion, and FWC takes on the role of a facilitator. During this roundtable meeting, 4 key points would be agreed to that would be presented to the board and public, perhaps at a BOCC workshop, in very plain language for all to understand. Since these agencies and partners do not fall under the jurisdiction of FWC, letters inviting them to participate and attend the roundtable should come from this board. Commissioner Bolt may have additional comments to this item, and at the end of those comments, all I'm asking for is the board authorization to send those letters out to these agencies. I will kind of get a list together and kind of email it to you guys to let you know who I'm sending these invites to, in case you want to add anybody else to the list.
I have a question.
Yes, sir?
What 4 points are we talking about?
We don't know yet. That's what they want.
How do we know it's gonna be 4?
Well, I'll let Commissioner Bolt explain it, because that's what he asked
Okay,
for.
I mean, I'm sorry, that just draws a straight question.
Yes.
Surely. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
my thoughts were 4 to 5 key points that the lay public would understand. I suggested something such as water quality, oyster growth, and perhaps oyster coverage. And maybe a 4th area where there was a defined test area where this information would be extracted. The roundtable discussion could come up with 4 or 5 points, but I would want to limit it to no more than that. And it's a consistent report, as a progress report, once every 6 months, to the people in layman's terms of how that bay is coming along since we closed it. And everything else is correctly summarized in what Mike read.
So my only concern with this approach is, number one, we can't make anybody participate in a workshop, especially state agencies or state entities. Number two, if everybody's not there, I don't know that you're gonna get a complete representation of what's really going on. And number three, that, sir, I'm sorry to tell you, there's just a general mistrust of the working public in Franklin County of anything concerning FWC. I'm not trying to make it that way. It is that way. You know, you have one entity that's performing the duties of all 3 levels of government. They're coming up with a rule, they're passing a rule, and they're enforcing a rule. I still have yet to have anybody explain to me how one entity can perform all 3 levels of government in themselves and only answer to themselves. So I think you're gonna have a hard time with the working public that worked on that bay. Doesn't matter what terms you put it in, they don't, Commissioner Bolt, they don't believe the outcome. They don't believe what they're being told. And I wish it were different. I'm just telling you what I know from growing up in the industry and living in East Point. They don't trust what they're being told. I think something like this would be great if it could be facilitated. I think 4 to 5 key points would be good, but we can't make them attend this meeting. If you want to send the letters out, then we'll try. Hey, we can say we tried. I'm good with that. But I just don't want you, I don't want to build up false expectations, I guess is what I'm saying, about what the outcomes might be.
Yes, sir, and thank you. I appreciate that very much. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. But it is a pleasure to the board. If y'all want to do that, I'm fine with doing it. I'm not trying to shoot anything down. I just know it's a stacked deck. That's all I'm saying.
I don't mind sending the letters out to see what kind of feedback we get, but I kind of concur with Chairman Jones on that.
So we need to do it in the form of a motion, Michael, or what are we
Please.
doing? Or just direction, fine?
Well, either one,
No.
direction's fine.
No, if you're sending an official invitation from this board to
Yeah,
another state
it's
agency.
representing the BOCC.
Yeah.
It either needs to be by
That's
motion
why I
or it
asked.
doesn't need to be done at all.
That's why I asked, sir.
Yes,
Yep.
good point.
Good point.
I'll make the motion to send letters.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor to send the letters potentially to a workshop.
I second it, but I want to say it.
Okay, so we have a second by Commissioner Lockley. Go ahead, Commissioner Lockley, the floor is yours.
Well, you know, really, what the public want to know is when the wild oyster bar is gonna be opened back up.
That's what they want to know.
That's all they want.
Yep.
Give Jim a little time, a limit. They not helping them with nothing. They never did. They lied about that. They ain't helped nobody but the colleges and Shannon Hatfield, which he didn't deserve it. And it just, they want to know when they going back to work. That's all it took. Or if they ever gonna be able to go back to work. Tell them so they can get on with their life. You got them on hold now. Thank you.
No problem, sir. Any more discussion before we vote? And Michael, just to clarify, so I think it's a valid point before we move on. Who are we sending these letters to? We're sending it to FWC. We're sending it to.
I mean, there's Commissioner Bull, you're gonna have to help me here. I know it was FWC, there was ANER, FSU.
Yeah, FWC would be one. I would say the FSU Marine Lab would be another. ANER would be a third. And all the scientists that are there as well. And I'd like to also reach out to some of the local fishery associations here so that we are including fishermen and oystermen in this discussion.
I think you also need to include the APSI group that you serve on.
That he serves on, yes.
Because they have representatives from all kinds of organizations.
Very good.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify before we vote. And is that fine with us doing it that way, Attorney Schuler? I know it wasn't part of the motion. I just wanted to clarify who we're sending the letters to. Does that need to be part of the motion?
Have you identified publicly who they want to be yet?
Not an entire list, I'm working on that list. I want to see how to.
It would be better to identify since we're sending invitations out to
Right.
state agencies.
Yes.
There's only a couple of them out there.
Right.
FWC.
ANER,
what we
DEP.
call, DEP these days, it's still DEP.
Most days.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
So-
But does it, the question I was asking is, does the motion need to be amended to include who we're sending it to?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Okay.
I'll amend my motion to reflect the agency stated.
Okay, and if there are any more, I'll just send you guys an email saying I've decided to add these to the list. Do you have any problem with that?
Okay,
Is that
so the
okay? That works for you, Commissioner Bolt?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so the first and second have been amended to reflect who we're actually sending these letters to. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
All right,
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
So the informational items, the first one is the only one I really have to read because I need to put it out there in public because we were questioned. Sheriff Smith informed me, this is a couple of weeks ago, he was contacted by some volunteer firefighters wondering if they would receive the $1,000 pandemic bonus earmarked for first responders approved by Governor DeSantis. I contacted the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity. They're the responsible state agency for this funding, and they sent me documentation that states employees who are employed on an hourly rate basis, who are considered auxiliary, or who work on a volunteer basis are not eligible for that $1,000, regardless of how many hours they work per week. That was from DEO, and they're the ones that are paying this, DOE, I'm sorry, they're the ones that are paying this money that the governor approves. So I just wanted to get that on the record. And the other two, we did get the notice from about the East Point, that $71,500 rural business opportunity grant. USDA has the money obligated, and there's a coastal cleanup day. I put that flyer in part of your packet, so you could kind of disperse that amongst your constituents. And commissioners, that's all I have.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple things from Mr. Morone, just real quick. There's 3 items, one of which is, I know we've been talking about this pay plan study. It was brought to my attention by the clerk about someone's experience that may not be reflected on their report. Ms. Griffith is who I'm talking about. They've got her as I know she's probably not gonna say anything because she's doing the study, bless her, but somebody's gotta look out for her. It's got her experience at a lower level than what it should be reflected, in my opinion, and I think that needs to be addressed. It's for her experience. You know, on the Evergreen Pay Plan,
Okay.
it's got her as an experience, as a hire date of just this year, when she came to the board as the fiscal grants manager. It doesn't take into consideration her experience at the clerk's office.
Oh, yeah.
So
Actually, we're both like that, Commissioner. We both fall under the same thing, yes.
Yeah.
I'm like, traffic, I'm sorry. I'm having a moment.
Well,
Okay.
she's got a lot more experience than just showing that she just started here
Yeah.
as the fiscal grants coordinator. And I think that her experience at the clerk's office, as does yours or whoever else, needs to be taken into consideration when doing this new, the pay plan study.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Well,
you need to get that to Mark as soon
Well,
as.
and the other thing that I've talked with Ms. Griffith about, and I wasn't trying to cut you off. In a real sense, this pay plan study that we're looking at adopting, once adopted, it's not gonna be finalized this September. It's not actually gonna be finalized till 5 years from now is what we're looking at. It's gonna be a work in progress and things need to be shifted or moved or adjusted. That's something we can do. So what I like about this approach is it's not a take it or leave it, it's all correct, or it allows for the ability for us to fine tune it as we go and it to be more correct. So, I mean, that's a valid point, but the thing I want to make sure the commission is aware of, the rest of the commission is, so just because everything might not be just like we want it next month, it can be worked on. We have time to work on it.
Because it is a 5-year plan.
It is a 5-year plan. So it's not like we're finalizing it this September. Now, if we were paid for it all in 1 year, I don't know how we'd do that, but if we were, it'd be a different discussion.
Can you imagine?
We're not even attempting to do that, so I just want to make that point of clarification as well. So go ahead, you said you had some more.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
I know in the past we've talked about FDOT and trying to reach out to somebody that can give us, I don't know, direction. I've had, I was at dinner at Poppy D's the other day and there was someone passing right there in front. It's dangerous. I mean, I have some contacts. I'll be more than happy to try to reach out to whoever I need to at FDOT to maybe address our issues that I think all the commissioners have with the state highways. So I just wanted to make sure that we're still following through with that, and I can get with you after the meeting. We can determine who's going to contact who.
Okay.
But I want that addressed. There's so many other issues besides what I just stated, which we've talked about in meetings past.
Yep.
So, and then another thing, code enforcement. I know this year we didn't put it in the budget because it's not going to happen this year the way it looks like. But I want to see it proceed, and I want to see it move forward and get done. I know that the ARPC was supposed to be having workshops. I know that they've had a delay. Per Chairman Jones was stating that a couple meetings back, that they were having projects that were being delayed and couldn't get to the code enforcement workshops.
Mm-hmm.
But I want an update on that as well. I want to know kind of a timeline. 'cause we need to get this in the process of getting done in terms of, it's gonna take a while to get these workshops going, scheduled, done, for it to come back to present it to the board, so we can start planning hopefully for the future
Okay.
to have code enforcement officer, because I get calls all the time continually about that.
I support that.
I will.
And I think that's it, thank you.
Anyone else have anything for Mr. Morone before we move on? Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Schuler?
I have no report or action items for the board.
All right.
Questions?
Anyone have any questions for Attorney Schuler?
I do, but I'll wait till after the meeting.
Wait, what about the win for you and the Dollar General, the dollar store thing? That was a win. You don't talk about wins? No?
It's a win, you bet.
Well, I've been around long enough to taste the bitterness of losses, so I've learned not to really talk much about the wins or the losses.
Okay.
So for the record though, so that the public knows it's listening to the meeting, the Dollar General, Commissioner Bolt, you might can add to this, it was, the county's won its lawsuit, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
That's correct. That is correct. Dollar General will not be there unless they appeal. I don't think they're gonna do that from what I understand.
The final order was in favor of the county and it upheld the board's denial of the land use change. However, that is a final judgment which is subject to being appealed anytime within the next 30 days. So it's not really over until that appellate period has closed and they have not filed an appeal.
Right.
The other issue that this board is going to have to decide is, under the statute, you're allowed to seek your attorney's fees from the petitioners. However, I would point out that this board has never sought attorney's fees from, basically your own citizens and your landowners in this type of litigation. So my recommendation would be that you authorize to have the authority to make the final decision whether to pursue attorney's fees or not. Basically, let's wait and see if they do the appeal. That can be decided at a future, it doesn't have to be decided today.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward, thank you, Commissioner Ball, the rest of you.
Well, and to clarify, and correct me if I'm wrong, so it wasn't actually with Dollar General, it was with the property owners that were trying to change the zoning, correct?
Well, Dollar General, the Terramore Group, which was the actual developer, they joined in as a
Okay.
party, but principally, it was Tim and Christina Saunders and the trust that they own the property. And frankly, there's really no meaningful way to separate out attorney's fees allocated from one party to the other. I mean, it's just
Right.
attorney's fees in the case, and, honestly, there's not that much in it in terms of, the amount of time I had to put in this case. So basically, the squeeze, in my opinion, is not worth the juice of pursuing attorney's fees.
Okay.
Particularly when you're principally dealing with your own constituents and your own land.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, any commissioner comments? I think we're about commented out today, aren't we?
Pretty much.
All right, meeting adjourned.